Boys and girls, good morning. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope we're all good. Today could be an interesting day. Every day could be an interesting day. How are you liking the little intro fighters? I've got to admit, I stole this idea from Mr. GM. I think it's a very cool little thing to keep people's eyes entertained for the 5 minutes it takes me to set shit up in the morning. Oh no, somebody just killed me. Okay, well, we'll officially leave that there, shall we? Today should be, hopefully, today should be beta day. Now, I think Team EU are going to be a little bit sad about this, because Team EU are probably going to find that the beta will go live on an NA clock, right? Meaning that by the time Team NA get out of bed, and, you know, turn the computers on, get the hamsters working, it might be 8 p.m, 9 p.m, 10 p.m. before we actually see beta. So I'm not really too convinced we're going to get too much beta action in today, even though it is sort of, you know, scheduled in the calendar for today. It does mean, though, that we've got a little bit of time to just kind of round things off with remix, right? We killed Garrosh yesterday, which was cool. I'm glad we got him down. We get on Mythic, I should say. But a nice cheeky little Mythic Garrosh kill, which was cool. I'm up to 700,000 bronze across a bunch of my toons, which means not only have I got one character fully geared, but I'm also, yeah, give or take halfway there technically to the total amount of bronze I would like to collect everything. Everything's not in my, I'm not looking for everything though. Everything would be crazy. Everything's like 1.5, 1.6 million or something bananas. The transmogs for all of the other classes is 50-50 in it, really. Bait will definitely land in the evening. Yeah, I think that's probably the case, isn't it? What sort of item level do you need to kill Garrosh on Mythic? We started the group yesterday with a 450 item level requirement, and it was relatively smooth. 20 people, 450, got him down. You don't strictly need max gear, although there's no denying max gear would definitely help, you know. Oh no, we have to play more remix. Woe is us. Woe is us. Was boosting my druid ult with my priest. Joined an LFG with a druid bear, a level 70 druid bear. He was completing every dungeon in 3 minutes. Went from a level 11 to 42 in an hour with only 100% cloak. Yeah, the XP needed at low levels is so small. Heroic dungeon spam is actually crazy efficient. It tails off, though, if you don't juice your cloak. 60 plus heroic dungeon spam starts to take a couple of dungeons per level. So you do 25 dungeons to get up to about level 60. You then have to do another 25 dungeons to get from 60 to 70 if you've not juiced your cloak by doing normal raids. So it's still a value to go and get some cloak juice at some point. But yeah, just spamming heroics can be crazy fast to at least get those first levels out the way. Done the leveling trick on 10 toons now so far. Just for the bronze you get at max level to buy out everything. Yeah, that 40k bonus bronze makes it very, like, if you think about it from the perspective of, even if you don't pick up any bronze particularly on your travels, and even if it takes you 4 hours to level that ult, that's still 10k bronze an hour, and you've got a level 70 out of it at the end. It's basically a minimum 10k bronze an hour right now. For just leveling ults. Where you can do bigger, you can do better, but how much value do you put on having that extra level 70 at the end of it? I think I'm up to like 5 characters in Remix now at level 70. I've not gone as hard on ults as I probably could or should do. Technically, there's still flipping ages to do it though. let's look at it from the perspective of even if they nerf, even if they hard nerf like this mailbox trick, which as more time goes on, I'm more and more suspecting they will. Even if they hard nerf the mailbox trick with bonus XP, just straight running dungeons and taking the tokens whenever you can still zerg you pretty fast. Like, you're still only looking at 4 to 5 hours for an ult, which is still very worthwhile people doing. If people do one of those a day and there's like 70 days left, they're going to fill their account with level 70. It's just, it's going to be wild. Buddy's doing 2 twinks, spamming just heroics, 1 raid, then at 25. We got a time of 137 up to 70. Yeah, well, yeah, entirely possible. When you absolutely slam it, sub 2 hour times are definitely possible. I got 2 hours 20 and I was pissing about. I wasn't even trying. Sub 2 hours is definitely possible. How'd you get that item level the quickest? Got to get heroic raids and not have to grind bronze. There isn't really any shortcuts in this game mode particularly. This is the interesting thing about it. There isn't really those shortcuts. In terms of it, just the game just rewards playtime. The more you play, the more bronze you'll have. Most nearly anything you do right now, as long as you're not doing what I'm doing, which is standing around in a capital city just dancing your ass off, as long as you're actually doing something, you'll be making best part of 10k bronze an hour. And at that point, it's just play the game for a long time and you'll get there. On one single character, if you're looking to gear up, yeah, you kind of just need to do everything, right? If you want to do it the fastest, you just need to do everything. Do the hardest raids you can every day. So a sweep of heroics. A sweep of heroics should be definitely on your list. That can take you a couple of hours. Admittedly, whilst you are still leveling up, it might be a little bit more time consuming to get in the groups particularly. Once you surpass sort of item level 420-ish though, getting in heroic groups shouldn't be too problematic. Yeah, you just want to do everything every day. Like, that's going to be the quickest way. Like, the quickest in terms of, like, days spent doing it. But in terms of slash played, there's definitely ways you can optimize it a little bit. But you can do the hyper-effective stuff, like the daily quests. You can get the daily quests done. You can get the daily quests and your first-time completion bonus stuff done in about 20 minutes if you actually put your mind to it. Apparently I didn't even do a scenario. In fact, by the looks of things, I didn't do flipping anything yesterday. Slacking. Do not share what I have said. This is my point. If you just fart ass about and don't do anything, you don't get any bronze. But if you just actually go and do stuff, you'll be fine. One scenario, one dungeon, one raid, find a wing, queue them up. Make sure you've picked up your quests, get those done. I'm wondering when we go on a spending spree though. I think we should go on a spending spree soon. Famous do as I say, not as I do speech, yeah. Truth is it works. Truth is it works. 344 item level is a long way to get into the heroic raids, I guess. It starts off, it's the absolute hardest right at the very beginning, and it only gets easier and easier and easier. It only gets easier and easier and easier. And this is the problem with the way that they've structured the item level awards. It costs you exactly the same from the word go. 40,000 bronze per upgrade cycle, and you got like 15 upgrade cycles you need to do. At first 40,000 bronze, well, your first 2 upgrade cycles you'll probably get by leveling your character to 70. Then on, your next 3, 4, 5 upgrade cycles are going to be very difficult because you're going to be weak, you're not going to be able to get in groups, it's going to be a challenge to do the things that you want to do, which is hence why so many people turned around and were like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to go grind mobs left, right, and center then. But once you've got those first 5, 6 upgrade paths done, you start to realize that, well, hang on, I'm strong now. Now I've got more options. If I really want bronze, I can start, soloing heroics or like blasting through heroics really fast. Then that becomes an option for you. And if you can get in a group with get a good group on the go, it'll be blasting. I've transmog to buy, but they're not red. When I buy them and try and use it, it says I already have those items. You've already collected the items on another character. Try logging in with the character that use the mogs, it should update. There has been some weird and wacky stuff going on with the mogs in this. Who would have guessed it, right? There's bugs. I've not bought anything yet, so I've not really encountered much of this. I have first-hand experience, but luckily there's smart people in chat that will definitely know the answers. How do you get the trial accounts bronze mogs toys to your main account? Well, you make your trial account on the same Battle.net, then it's all the same. And it doesn't matter. If you attach it to a totally, it works just like pets and mounts and stuff like that. It's all shared across the Battle.net. I don't mind that scenario. That's an easy one. That's an easy. Let's queue up for the heroic. That was nice. Okay. Character copy for beta be instant? No idea. No idea. I will check my magic ball. I will look into the future and I'll tell you. No idea. I do wish they'd sort of, I mean, I know why they're not doing this, but it would be nice considering how much marketing and push they've done for this beta, that they would at least tell people when it's going to happen. Like I said, I know why they haven't. I know why they haven't, because they don't want to commit to something. It's a test platform after all. Then you've done trailers and blog posts, all sorts of launch content. You've done marketing for it, but you're not told anybody when they can do it. Can't drum up hype and then leave people in suspense. Yes, you can. We've got lots of time to play some Remix today, though. My plans are that because I assume that... because I very greatly assume that beta won't actually launch until much, much, much later today. Probably so late that we might not actually get much time to do anything on it, which is a bit of a sad face, but it means that we'll probably just do the usual Remix stream today. We can kind of leave it relatively open to what we want to do. As long as we're getting bronze, it's good. As long as we're getting some bronze, it's good. Secondly, then I'll take my usual break in the late afternoon. Come back this evening for presumably when beta goes live. That's my plan, at least. By the way, why in the world are all raids not awakened in retail? Was that not the original plan? I don't know what Blizzard is doing, honestly. From the I played season 4 for like a week, and I did maybe 2 weeks. I did a couple of passes of Mythic Zeros. Didn't push into the new Mythic Plus stuff because that's not really my jam. I was quite happy the fact that Mythic Zeros were, something that people could steadily work through. Wasn't too much stress around those. I did 1 or maybe 2 wings of the Awakened raids. And yeah, I was under the assumption that there would be one awakened wade. I sound like one of them was. One awakened raid a week until they'd cycled through the raids, and then I thought they were just going to open them all so that anybody can go and play whatever they want to play. They can go kill whichever raid they want to kill. And then it was like, oh no, there's 2 cycles before they're all open. And I was like, oh, okay. By that point, I was playing Remix, and so I didn't care. Now they've turned around and said, oh yeah, by the way, it's only 1 per week all the way until pre-patch. And they haven't told us when pre-patch is. So they're making it up as they go along. They're clearly making it up as they go along. But I'm not really playing retail, so I don't care. Honestly, I've got nothing to do in retail. No reason whatsoever to be playing retail right now. Other than, it's probably not a terrible idea to go and do Panda Remix stuff on retail as well, considering all of the lockouts are daily as well on live. You really want that mog. Obviously, you've got to pick it up 1 piece at a time, and it seems a bit weird. It seems a bit odd. It seems a bit counterintuitive to start running Mr. Pandaria raids on retail right now, since you're either going to have to keep everything that you farm in your bags and wait until warbands kick in so you can actually gain the appearances from everything. And that's going to be busted, by the way. That is definitely not going to work first time. Or you're going to have to do it all again in the War Within anyway. So this is why I'm not doing much transmog farming retail perspective. I could and I should probably be doing some Mr. Pandaria stuff on my retail and characters to minimise the amount of bronze I need to spend on things like the pets and the toys. The mounts and the toys. A lot of people were pretty proactive with that and saved themselves a couple of 100,000 bronze, honestly. But I'm overpowered. I'm God mode in Remix right now. It's fun. I'd rather be spending my time on a God mode power character than regular boring Remix. Retail, sorry. Duplicating items, losing items, or duplicate. There's gonna be some in. There's no chance that Warbands goes live without some aggressive exploits. It's gonna happen. Definitely gonna happen. Who knew that WoW would end up being an ARPG? It's quite cool though. It's quite cool. The influence that they've taken from Diablo, very strong. Very strong. I wonder, just how much the old Diablo team has actually worked on this. Definitely some of them. Oh, my friend, I'm sorry. I'm doing my own thing right now. Oh, no, hang on. That is causing chaos. I only do the 1 normal a day. I'm not spamming normals. Heroic scenario. Are we already queued for that? Why is it saying join us group? I'm not in a group. Oh, are we still queued up for LFR? We are. A good thread. Hey, main stat. Take that. If retail raiding was like Remix, I might actually get into it, but oh well, we always have Remix until it's gone. I wonder, you know, just how effective Remix is going to be to get people into raiding in retail, though. You know, I've spoken about this a few times about them like breaking down that sort of like psychological barrier, and I saw this myself firsthand yesterday. Somebody who's very prominent in the community, yet has not played much Remix and has now started playing Remix, was quite actively saying that, you know, they've heard reports that getting into groups is a problem. That's put them off even trying to get into groups in Remix. Yet they don't have much experience with it firsthand. And I hope the more that people do play Remix, the more people realise that actually the group finder is not so big and scary, at least not in Remix anyway. That it's most definitely worth giving it a go. And if you kind of get into the habit of doing it in normal, then hopefully that will then translate over to retail at some point. It's definitely part of me that thinks that that's kind of the plan. You know, make a more softly user-friendly experience over on Remix and see how much of that translates to retail when the new expansion launches. I, for one, am now way more inclined to both set up a guild, run daily/weekly content predominantly with you guys, and maybe even try retail raiding again. If I can do it in a relatively organised fashion. And I say relatively organised, I'm not talking about sticking to a strict coherent schedule as such, but you know, if we can decide, right, let's go do the normal mode raid. The problem is that I still think that it's much harder to hug that sort of stuff still, and I think retail is probably not the best for that. I thought I'd spend my metal in retail making some Shadowbound clasps. Holy cow, I've not had to scroll that hard since Shadowlands trying to sell the buggers. Yeah, I wonder just who and how many people are selling things right now. I kind of feel bad in a way, because whilst my primary focus of content the past few years has been goal making, I have been doing less and less and less and less of it every patch that goes on. How do we get to that ship then? I hate this campaign. Explosives primed? Did I not prime these? No, that's a barrel of oranges. Onto the top deck and swing. Swing from where? I'm still super duper mega Is this one gonna go boom and all? I'm lost what's going on here. Hey, I'm now on a blown up ship. How do I get to Admiral Hodgkinson? Where's the cannon? Don't we need to get the cannon and go boom over? Too much ship hopping on this one. This. We'll just fuck him up. Yeah, there we go. Get him gone. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Okay. Are tusks still bugged, or can we learn them on our non-plate characters? To my understanding, they're still bugged. But it is on Blizzard's fix list. Why it's taking them so goddamn long to fix that, I don't know. Maybe it's because they're putting far too much focus and attention on fun detected stuff rather than actually fixing the shit that people want. There was a huge amount of discourse yesterday about that flipping cross-faction bug being unbugged. Which is a wildly interesting choice. I mean, I was kind of always in this category in the first place. When the storyline was way more Horde versus Alliance, I kind of understood the argument of keeping those sides separate. That, in a way, kind of was the premise of the game for so long. But my friends are not my enemies, even if they play for the other side, you know? Not allowing players to play together for arbitrary reasons, like one chose a red character and one chose a blue character. If I want to play with my friends, let me play with my friends. I'm playing the same fucking game here. Quite genuinely. Playing the same game. If you know, if we're on Discord, we're having some laughs, if we're streaming, if, you know, Battle.net friends, even if you're not friends, even if you just join a group with other people, let players play with other like, there's literally no reason for it, especially in a game mode that's replicating a 10-year-old expansion. It's just fun policing. Don't get it. There's clearly some Blizzard devs that are working on this, and I'm not singling anybody out. I also have no idea exactly which of the devs are producing this. Probably, the chances are, none of the... I wouldn't expect that any of the predominantly public devs are actually working on this game mode. I would imagine it's a completely separate team that's working on it. Whatever they're doing, they're trying to prove a point to somebody. Like, I don't get it. And I have this... I've had this thought about the way that Blizzard develops things for a long time. In that it seems to be like Blizzard devs do stuff to pad their CV more so than for the good of the game. They'll implement a system that's, like, dare I say it, right? Dare I say it, but work orders is the prime example of this. Of that they will make a system for the sake of making a system. When sometimes keep it simple, stupid is the best approach, right? Sometimes the best gameplay option is the simpler option. Shit doesn't need to be complicated. And it's like they almost want to say that, look what I was able to produce in this, you know, world-class leading MMO. I was able to produce this. And it's like it's a CV piece. It's like it's a portfolio piece that then allows them to take that with them. Not actually does it feel often as if it's implemented in the game for the good of the game, or it's just there to showcase that they're able to make a fancy system. I don't get it. I don't get it. Such like the in the War Within, for example, we're going to get more currencies being tradable across different characters, and there's a fancy new interface and everything to do this, and you can select which character you want to send currencies to and from which character, and then you can send it, and it's going to track all of that behind the scenes. It's going to do a whole bunch of things to facilitate this, when the actual answer is just make the currencies account wide. Why are you locking the currencies to a character in the first place? Like, the simple answer is the better one. And they're choosing to implement, like, a fancy looking system instead of just doing what is actually the smarter thing. I don't get it. It's a team of overexploited, bitter bachelors who want to hand their frustrations onto us by deleting all fun detected. Oh dear. Oh dear. Where's this LFR queue? Why have I been in the LFR queue for like 17 minutes now? No, I just more frequently than not see very weird design decisions being made. Now, I mean, who am I to say, right? I'm just a dude that sits and plays the video game all day. But, like, it often seems very difficult to find the logic in their design choices. Hey, there we go. Guild Wars 2 is getting player housing. Oh my god, is it really? WoW is going to be the last big MMORPG to get that sorted. So maybe now, maybe they can cope with... Oh no. Is Guild Wars really getting player housing? That's hysterical. I love that.
Vaults of the Mogu.
Oh, I love that. That's fantastic.
Time for thousands of years. Who knows what secrets await? Many young Pandaran warriors have vanished into this. The Mogu held considerable
well, they'll play catch up at some point.
Even centuries later.
Because my auto loop died. Maybe we'll get it at the end of the World Soul Saga.
With the demise of the Guardians, I fear what we may find within. We seem to have awakened the spirit of...
It seems to be a perpetual issue with the constant... Like, Dragonflight... one thing you cannot criticize Dragonflight for is their content release schedule. They have, for the most part, kept to a pretty solid content release schedule in Dragonflight. That said, the content that has released has often been a little bit questionable. So it's kind of like they flipped it on its head, right? So for many years we had nothing for great long stretches of time, and then we, you know, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months later, we'd get something, right? Which clearly players disliked. So they've put forward the plans, and they've put this into action pretty effectively to where they are nearly always releasing something. This even goes as far to extend outside of just one set of 4 walls. Such as we now have Season of Discovery, we have Classic, we have Retail, we have spin-off game modes like this. They are always releasing something. I'm hoping what they can now do, now they kind of, now they've got a little bit of practice at like keeping this steady pace to the content, I now hope they can go back to their like quality control of the content that they release. It's often a what used to be called a TikTok cycle, but unfortunately the word TikTok in everybody's brain is now has now been stolen by another social media platform. But like a TikTok schedule where you will scale something up and then you'll optimize it, and then you scale it up again and you optimize it again. Usually when you scale something up, you're going to introduce a lot of teething problems. And I think that is what we're seeing with World of Warcraft as a franchise now. They've really scaled up what they're providing to us. There's definitely teething problems. Quality of the content that we get delivered isn't always great. We're starting to notice that content is launching significantly more buggy and broken than it ever was. But now that they've scaled up, and maybe now that they've got the infrastructure and the practice and the experience of keeping that sort of pace, Now maybe the flip side of that is now that they've scaled, now they optimize it. Maybe this is what the World Soul Saga is mostly about for retail. Is that they want to scale up and they want to focus on doing more things, but they need to do that for a while first before they can really optimize the process of doing it as well and make sure that it's, you know, it's on time, it's good quality, it's reliable. They can get back to that, they'll kill it. They don't need player housing. If they can get back to that sort of, that is them truly at that point leveling up. But it's a process that definitely takes a long time. And they're such a big ship, right? To use another analogy that's quite common in the industry, Blizzard is such a big ship now that if it wants to turn its direction, it's going to take a long time to do it. So Guild Wars 2 getting player housing is quite fun. I don't think it will I don't think it will really incentivize Blizzard to pull their finger out in any way, but it's it's interesting all the same. Right, well that was a very quick sort of 7k-ish bronze. I'm not entirely sure why it's only 7k bronze. I know why it's only 7k bronze, because I haven't actually turned in the quests, have I? I'm missing a big stack of cash. I thought something was missing.
What is your purpose? Seek the truth.
What do you want? Seek the truth.
Okay. Does anybody want to smash through some heroics real quick? We absolutely dumpster a heroic sweep. Set it up. Start group. John Vaults. Heroic. I want to preferably smash through these if we can. Let's get a quick blast on the go. I can do normals on all stuff. Anybody wants to come and do a little bit of a blast run through some heroics first thing this morning. Runes of Magic was released in 2009 and is about 90% similar to WoW, and you have your own house where you put your furniture and crafting systems then. I've spoke about player housing in World of Warcraft before. My belief with player housing in WoW is very simple. They will never do it because they will never, ever, 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 ever be able to meet the expectations of the player base. It's a loss from the word go. They are destined to fail if they try to do player housing, which is why they probably won't. It's been number one on a lot of players' wish list for like over a decade. There's practically no path to success for them with player housing because people have had 10 years plus to dream up in their head exactly what they'd want it to be. You ain't going to meet those expectations, and so sometimes it's not worth trying. So the reality of that is that we probably will just never get player housing. Not in World of Warcraft as we know it today. Let's see what happens at the end of this World Soul Saga business. Let's see what happens at the end of the next 3 expansions. See if they then are going to whether it is just pure marketing or whether they're going to bang out these 3 expansions relatively quickly. I'm still convinced we're quite likely to see 18-month scenarios rather than full 2-year expansions at this point. They'll get they probably haven't. So did you notice, by the way, how they have both this expansion started to charge $90 instead of $50 for the expansion, and have been very, very, very careful not to tell us how long this expansion is going to last for. So they're potentially doing 2 things here. They're potentially setting the scene for 3 expansions, upping the price of each expansion while simultaneously making each expansion last less time. if like they're a year and a half ish, shrinkflation is real. Yeah, I suspect it's probably not far from the truth. They've nearly, in the last few years, they've practically doubled the cost of the expansion. Because let's not forget, World of Warcraft as an expansion was never or wasn't always priced as a full game like it is now. People were a bit surprised when the expansion was like $50. It's now 90. And sure, you can buy the cheap one. The World at War, no, you don't need that one. We've got the World at War at home. There is a cheap one, but you start 3 days late. Now, some people, that's a deal breaker. So the reality is the game is now $90. So they've in the last couple of years they've doubled the price of the game. And I suspect this trilogy that we're going into are going to be on a sort of 15 to 18 month cycle rather than a 2-year cycle. Loot Gobbler, love that. Love that. Just finished Muggashon Vault's Heroic, so I can't come for first, but if you need more for the rest, I might join. Yeah, there's a good chance we'll have some dropouts, because some people do different raids, some people will be locked out. Let's give you assistant. Your tank. Go do tank stuff. I'm stubborn, I'll stick to the cheap one unless I win some giveaway that lets me play with everybody else. I agree with people's decisions on that. I just feel it's scumbaggy from Blizzard to put people in that position in the first place. Why they, you know, and they do it because they can get away with it. That's literally the only outcome of that. They do it because they can get away with it.
We have disturbed what should not have been.
I shit you not, $90 pre-orders for The War Within will outsell $50 pre-order. Guaranteed. The lion's share of players will start.
Thing the accursed was betrayed by
Bosses are dying so fast I had to check it's on Heroic then.
His body destroyed each time only to rise again.
Yeah, the lion's share of players will start when it starts. And then 3 days later, everybody else can join. And that everybody else will actually probably be the smaller quantity of people, I reckon.
I'm sorry I did not tell you earlier. These vaults house a weapon of
talking of shrinkflation.
Stop them.
Talking of shrinkflation, I didn't mean to start the stream on such negative vibes, unfortunately, this morning, but Twitch is putting the price up of all subs, by the way. Nearly everybody. It's not going to strictly apply to everybody because there is localized pricing on Twitch subs. But I should make you all aware, especially since the majority of my audience is European, that your sub price is going up by about 25%. Tier 1s, that is. Tier 2s and Tier 3s, they're keeping them the same. Wow, my boss was dead before I even got to press buttons. Yeah. Going up from €3.99 to €4.99 in most European countries for a Tier 1 sub. Which is, it's nothing but an L for everybody involved. Twitch obviously have tried to sell it to creators that it's a good thing because now they make more money. Without taking into consideration that the increase in sub price is likely to cause a lot of people to unsubscribe, not maintain their subs any longer.
The history of Xian of the Endless Shadow, a powerful sorcerer who kept the kingdoms in check
Which is
with terror and darkness.
a touch frustrating. I knew Twitch were doing something, but kind of a little bit frustrating that they'd seen it, that they'd actually gone ahead with it as well. I know inflation, yada yada, but they haven't increased the value proposition of the service in any way. They've just jacked up the price.
What is this? I've heard nothing of this emperor. Meng the Demented?
321,000 threads. Sheesh.
The most foul and maniacal ruler to ever.
You've been going ham on this druid, like, from the word go, though. 23,000 main stat. Going for it. Can you share the bronze track a week, Aura? Check my add-ons video over on my YouTube channel. It's got all of the week auras linked in the description. It's easier for me to do it that way than to personally give out each one every time somebody asks. They're all in one spot now.
All that is yours, mine.
Even if you don't watch the video, they're all in the description.
You have angered the emperor. The sentence. I don't want you to die.
Remix still so addicting, still can't stop the grinding. I've lost a lot of desire to blast it on this one character, truth be told. I say this all the time. I'm all about the journey. By the time I get there, I get bored real quick. So for me, the journey was getting fully geared. I can't build too much of a journey out of continuously grinding threads and even though it is technically still, you know, getting better gear, it's too incremental for me for it to be enjoyable that long. But I've had a lot of fun with Remix still, playing on other little characters, leveling alts. We've spent probably the best part of the last week now, not really playing much on my main character, but tinkering with other stuff. Which is why my cloak is still not very juicy particularly. I'm focused still way more on just getting my daily bronze on this dude and then logging off and doing other things. Have you seen the new farm AoEing the enemy camps on the Timeless Isle because they have instant respawns? God.
This seems to be a terminal controlling the device. Let's see.
Oh, that's actually really funny. What's the bronze threads per hour? Asking for a friend. With so much juice on your cloak, surely running 2 trial accounts and just spamming heroic dungeons solo is the best play, right? Remove any variables from outside by running 2 trial accounts. You and 2 trial accounts is 3. Sure, you'll probably bring 2. You'll be boosting 2 unknowing DPS classes at the same time. But I'm sure they'll survive. And just doing 20-25 heroic dungeons an hour. Surely that's got to be the best bronze thread farm right now.
I see everything clearly now.
And arguably more interesting than
it would seem the Moguls
repeatedly killing mobs.
Repurposed ancient Titan technology. May the great grain guide your steps.
On epic belt, did I?
We must go.
How'd you see this stuff? I don't even pay attention to the loot I got. Firebird's belt. Doing the daily heroic in under 3 minutes, so my AFK characters can't get kicked for inactivity anyway. Well, if you take 2 trial accounts in, U and 2 makes 3. Last time I checked, it's pretty difficult to for somebody else to get a majority with 2. So no vote kick's going to go through anyway. Unless you vote kick yourself. Then that's your own problem. There was a couple of actual add-ons that I want to maybe take a look at today. Ones that were... Because of course I did an add-on video yesterday, and then the comments was filled of people telling me, you didn't mention this add-on, this add-on, this add-on, or this add-on. So there's a couple more to take a little bit of a look at today. Mostly, actually, these are ones from transmog collectors that are trying to narrow down all of the uniques. Which is something I would have probably put in the video. Not that I didn't strictly know they existed, but it was there's personal loot track or something was one. Where because of the spam you get in your chat when everybody loots something, it's practically impossible to see if anybody gets an item that might still be an appearance that you need and they might not need it, and to ask to trade them. That to me seems like let's go Heart of Fear.
How many of these machines are hidden beneath the earth? How much do we not know about the dark secrets of the Mogu? I fear that our war against our ancient enemies is
let me open some
still
stuff.
far from over.
Well, it doesn't totally track everything, does it? Because it's left my big threads in here. We've got one spot for Heart of Fear. One spot for Heart of Fear. With this group, I genuinely don't care who you are. Okay, well, that's an easy win. First come, first served is the rule I try to live by. Oh no, don't, whoa, 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 whoa. Why has a gem gone in there? Why are you not on my ignore list? Where is my beta access and why isn't the TV on? I have a suspicion that we could be still 10 to 12 hours away from the beta, you know. I think it's going to be 100% on an NA clock. I am not holding my breath. New transmog add-on was posted to Reddit exclusively for Remix about the unique mogs, and it's brilliant, called Trove Tally. Yeah, that's another one I was told about. So there's a few more mog-specific ones. Might be worth a second bonus look.
But we'll accomplish nothing. We are the divine challenges us to face these intruders.
Maybe we'll get these Beric blasted through.
The divine chose us to give mortal voice to her divine will. We are but the vessel that enacts her will.
At this point, I practically feel like a carry in my own group.
We will not give
Madness.
in to the despair of the dark void. If her will for us is to perish, then it shall be so.
What's West Coast? BST -8, something like that, yeah. Yeah, I'm quite comfortable in getting the morning stream done. taking a break and then coming back for the evening stream and probably still not having beta here. I'm not expecting it to land anytime soon.
I'd always hoped to cut someone like that someday.
I'd like to join for TOT Heroic if there's a space free.
But to have it happen
I'll see if we get there. I like I said, I like to try and keep it as fair as possible. If we get a spot open up, I open the group finder and the first person that presses the button gets in. I haven't been able to figure out a fairer way of doing it than that, honestly. Just keep an eye on Towley, he seems to always know when. He knows, he knows people, that is true. Watching your previous stream, really enjoy watching you. Keep up the great content. I appreciate that, thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying. One thing I would say on that note, actually, is we've had a big influx of new people knocking about recently. Both on the YouTube channel and on the live streams. I know we stream on as well. We stream 2 places at once because, you know, technology. But yeah, it's nice to see that there's a bunch of people not only joining, but also enjoying and sticking around, which means a lot to me.
All of Pandaria will fall beneath the wings of the Empress.
So welcome in if you are relatively new. And to all the regulars, thanks for making the new people feel welcome. It's going to be a bit of a culture shock in a few days, though, when we go hardcore sweaty goblin mode on the War Within, on the beta. There'll be some people that'll be like, didn't you play Remix the other day?
Profit together.
So there might be a few confused faces, but we'll work with that when it happens. Azania with the Prime, thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate that. Good morning to you. The Dragonflight beta, open beta, was 2 to 3 months before Dragonflight release. That would mean if we get beta today, we could see the War Within in August. I suspect August 19th or very close to that is pre-patch. Pre-patch, depending on what they plan to do for pre-patch, could be as short as 2 weeks or as long as 4 weeks. So end of August, early September is where my money's on. Obviously, we're unlikely to know much about pre-patch until it happens. That's usually one of the things they do keep to themselves.
What have you done? No, this will not be how my work ends. I will not allow it.
Great content, engaging streamer, works with the viewers. I do try. This is this is often why I do dumb stuff in game, because I spend too much time trying to read chat. And whilst it is very nice when the viewer numbers are juicy, I'm also very thankful for the fact that the chat is manageable still. I mean, I wouldn't turn around, you know, I wouldn't turn away, you know, 10k viewer Andy type chat, but at that point I'd be so fucking rich I wouldn't care. But short term, it's nice to be able to hopefully read and respond to most messages on my way. Fucking hell, it's his last boss again, isn't it, already? Let's see if everybody's sticking around for Terrace of Ender Springs. September 10th. I'd go with September 10th, you know. Like I said, end of August, early September. End of August, early September feels right for me. We got one for Terrace of Endless Springs. 1 for Terrace of Endless Springs on Heroic. Ooh, some of you are quick. I wish they'd do. I think it's a real missed opportunity them doing 25 or even flex. Please. It would make sense for the end of Remix to be a notable date. Well, it makes, to me, it makes sense for a lot of reasons. One, when pre-patch launches, we get a huge amount of the systems updates. We get we get war bans implemented. All of the class changes kick in with pre-patch. Now they're not going to want Remix to be, or your Remix characters to be heavily affected by any of that. So they're probably going to want to close Remix before they go into the pre-patch. Any chance you don't want the weapons you looted, Mr. Streamer, missing all of the hunter weapons? No clue. No clue. In all honesty, you can have whatever the hell you want. If you spot that I've looted something, you can have whatever the hell you want. Under most circumstances, I've probably looted it and got the appearance before. You can have whatever you want. I don't want the gear.
The endless waters will cleanse you from this place.
What if beta's also only a month? Alpha was pretty short. Was alpha short? Alpha's been easy 6 weeks. Seems relatively normal to me.
I will not be controlled. Are endless.
Yeah, if there's any loot that drops of mine that your add-on tells you that you could do with, just whisper me what it is. Whisper me what it is. I don't know. Crossbow gun and the bow. Not helping me here. I don't know what those are. I have one of these. That the right one. Here, have those. It work.
Thank you, strangers. I have been freed.
Stupid combat bug. Item level 350, can't get into any siege or throne groups. And I get the neck in the other way. You do need to do normal. You should be able to get into normal runs. Shouldn't really... At item level 350, you probably shouldn't have much issue getting into normal runs. The scenario I would heavily suggest to you in that situation is set up the group yourself, because you can't kick yourself from a group. That's the only guaranteed fix around that. Guaranteed fix is, well, if you can't get in a group, make the group. A normal mode is a cakewalk for literally any. Does it not have to be heroic? No. To get the necklace, you just need to do them on normal mode. Yeah, at 350, you're not getting into heroics. You won't be. Nobody's going to be inviting item level 350s into heroics. Sorry. That's yeah. That's not going to happen. You only need to do normal to get the neck anyway. it worth doing LFR once leveled to 70 on Remix? If you've got the time to do it, and if you've done other things, yeah, I wouldn't do LFR instead of doing normal or heroic. But if you've already got your lockouts on the harder difficulties, LFR is there as another way. The daily completion bonus will give you more threads, more bronze. It's not a high priority activity, but it's worth doing if you've done everything else.
Will you help?
What item levels for heroics? You'll probably start seeing success from item level 400 plus, really. I think the going rate to get into heroic groups is rising because more and more people want to just do what we're doing here, which is just absolutely blast it and quickly move on. It's not uncommon to see 420, 450 being requested for heroic groups, but they're people that just, like I said, they just want to blast it and they want to move on. They're not looking to pull people through. They're not, you know, they're in it for themselves at that point, which is their prerogative. From item level 400 though, you should start to see some success getting in groups. Assume you want this. John. John. Assume you want that. Slow. Sure, people know we're going to Throne of Thunder next. Sure, people are halfway there. Yeah, I know it's not. It sometimes comes across as almost passive aggressive, but it's really not. That if you are struggling to get into a group, make the group. You can't kick yourself from a group. And the reality is that in Remix, putting groups together is as simple as, like, you don't have to look what I'm doing like right now. You're not really doing any particular raid leading. Most people who are especially doing heroics know what they're doing by this point. And if you don't know what you're doing, you'll know pretty quick. Understand it's just a tank and spike. Be a good streamer and vote. When will the War Within be released? I've cast my opinion on the War Within. I'm not sure. End of August, early September is where my money's at. That's where my money's on. Less likely, it will be in August at some point. I'm pretty convinced of that. In August. August feels right. Sorry, September feels right. Struggling. Okay. September feels about right to me. September feels like we'll have plenty of time to do everything. Plenty of time for beta to do beta things. It looks like everybody is moving on to Throne of Thunder. So we can't bring anybody into this one, unfortunately. Once we step into Siege of Orgrimmar, after doing Throne of Thunder, we can open it up. Flex. So we'll open it up to 30 after that. I hope a bit later than September. Got a hell of a lot of work in September. I don't think it will be any later than September. It will be, if it's not 26th of December. Lol. I'm quite sure that if it's not the end of August, it will be early September. I don't think there's any chance of it being in October. unless they feel internally like they need to delay it for some reason. I think the entire structure that they have right now facilitates a good old September launch. Oh, we got going on over there. Do you think Blizz will ever allow EU characters transfers to other realms? I have all my OG tunes stuck on EU, and I'm on OCE. Seems archaic that they haven't done something. Blizzard's answer for unlocking regionally has always been that the code for how the game fundamentally works at such a deep level is oceanic servers, European servers, North American servers, that it practically requires a rewrite of the it practically requires a rewrite to fix that, which is why they haven't. Now obviously I don't know my ass from my elbow about this sort of stuff personally, but that sounds kind of pretty logical to me. It's not something that you can patch, it's something that you have to go back to basics and remake the whole thing from. You know, it was coded from a core foundational level to be different. There's also a huge amount of legalities. If you create something and you create it from the word go to be worldwide, it's much easier than it is to retrofit worldwide onto something you've already created. So I'm not ever expecting them to be able to allow anything like that. I mean, we're barely at we've barely fixed the server thing, right? We're barely at the point. It's taken a decade for them to even get anywhere when it comes to like cross-faction stuff, to like normalize and minimalize the effect of being on one realm or another. Cross-faction and cross-realm play interregionally is still, you know, work in progress for the most part. We're only just about to get region-wide guilds 20 years into the game, so yeah, I'm not holding my breath for anything like that, honestly. The only thing they could do is if they were to, like, world servers, it's plausible that they could launch new servers that are global, but I don't think it would be too easy to retrofit the current situation to be global, I suspect.
Ye face not one force, but the combined might of all the Troll Empire. The hand of Zul will span all the continents of Azeroth once again, and ye lesser races will know pain. Now witness the true might.
The real reason why WoW is not world servers is because of MS. Many people around the US have shitty internet. If they get booted to an EU server to play, or with EU players, it would be insane. So they just need to code so each tune is on a... I don't know. Like I said, I'm no expert at this, but I know categorically that it is not as easy as it sounds. But it's also not impossible because other companies manage it, other games manage it perfectly fine. That said, not every game has quite such a fluid combat system and netcode as World of Warcraft does. Maybe that is because they are quite heavily localizing all of the people that are playing together. That's, well, when you look at like cross-faction stuff though now, you can still see cross-faction stuff most of the time it goes relatively smooth. There are still hiccups. That will be because, you know, he's connected to this server. Somebody's primarily connected to that server. It's one of those, it's probably possible, but I don't expect it to happen. I mean, I live by the theory that as far as technology is concerned, anything is possible. But obviously there are within limitations.
The Thunder King's power, the Thunderlari will be reborn.
Most people who do well in technology don't take no for an answer. You know, it's usually not a case of that something can't be done. There is definitely the situation where something could be cost prohibitive to do. Never is anything not possible.
Leshen, let us prove to you the might of the Thunderlari. We will crush these intruders where they stand. We will never fail you.
And that cost prohibition could either be from a development standpoint or from like a running cost or an upkeep standpoint. It could come from many angles, but those who believe that things are impossible within technology are destined to be 3 steps behind everybody. Thanks for the heroic Siege of Orgrimmar boost run the other day. So close to 400 now. Hopefully be able to transition from normal. It's a good feeling when you get there. It gives you potentially upwards of 50% more bronze a day for the same amount of effort. Because heroics aren't any more difficult. There's really no difficulty increase. The only reasons why heroics could be more difficult is because your group as a whole isn't actually geared enough to do them properly. But you can outgear everything, and then any difficulty is very fast. Star Citizen tech will shake up the industry for sure. What Star Citizen is in the $700 million game that probably doesn't exist and is probably just a scam. You mean that game? I think that tech's going to shake anything up. Other than rustle a few feathers of early investors. Guess you're just 3 steps behind then. Maybe I'm looking further forward than you are. Oh, no, I'll move them up. Disengage off the hill. Solved. Taking a very scenic route to ding these dongs. Although it's probably wise if everybody just goes their own way. Problem with Star Citizen is that the CEO wants too much in the game and keeps adding new things. Oh, I'm just waiting for the CoffeeZilla video on it. Like, at this point, I've given up on that game. I'm just waiting for CoffeeZilla to turn around and go, yep, this was all a fucking great big scam. They've taken $700 million and they've basically made Candy Crush, is what I'm expecting to see. Though, to be fair, if they made Candy Crush, they'd probably be chuffed to bits, because that's a $1 billion game. That was a bad example. Do you know if the beta will have character copy or templates? Beta usually does, but it might not be something they turn on straight away. It usually does, but it probably won't be from the word go. I'm not expecting it from the word go. I'm expecting that they will make you create either template or brand new characters. At least to begin with. Like Star Citizen, apart from the PvP aspect, when you come across a group of 20 pirates as a solo, you don't have much chance. I mean, truth be told, I don't know enough about it, but from everything I have seen passively over the years about that game, it just screams scam more. Kind of in the same vein where you'd look at GTA 6, and if you didn't, if GTA 6 was if GTA 6 scenario, e.g. a game that is taken way over a decade to put together, and has apparently had like over $1 billion invested in it already, if that was from any other developer other than Rockstar, you'd call cap on that shit super fast. Because it's Rockstar, and they have a past history of producing absolute bangers of video games, you're like, yeah, okay, this is probably Rockstar just doing Rockstar thing. Especially since they've still just creamed money from GTA 5 for the last decade anyway. Star Citizen doesn't sell itself very well in that regards. That, okay, you've taken $700 million of investment, and for the most part, still haven't released a game yet. You're running a risky game here. Kind of helps that people like me somehow own 4 or 5 copies of GTA 5. Well, now I'd be in the same boat if I was still into consoles, because I genuinely think I owned GTA 5 when it first came out on the PlayStation. I want to say, was it the PS3? Were we on PlayStation 3 when GTA 5 first launched? Came out on the PS3. Then it went to PS4 when that released. Then it went to PC, so that's like potentially 3 times. Not to mention if you've bought it on PS5 or you've bought like a definitive edition or whatever the flipping hell else they've done with it. I'm sure there's many chances for people to have bought that game multiple times. It's kind of like Skyrim and all the additions. Fun fact, I've never played Skyrim. I don't plan to start anytime soon either. Unsubscribed. It's Skyrim was one of those that, you know, it was always kind of on that sort of like, oh, I should probably get round to playing this at some point. Then I also saw just kind of the level of dedication that people have thrown its way. I was like, nah, it's too much like hard work. I'm not that interested. I'm sure it's great, but I'm not that interested. like when you see that big old roller coaster at the theme park, right? And you're like, that looks really fun. But the queue to get to that fun is like a long ass time. So sometimes even still you're like, nah, I just won't bother. That's kind of my feeling with Skyrim. I'm sure it would be flipping incredible, right? But yeah, not for me. Earthen Ring. No, I don't like that whole Dark Souls vibe. I don't like that kind of game. It's not me. I have no issues with people considering it the best game they've ever played, but I know that's not me. Like many things, I can appreciate it for what it is. I can appreciate it for being an incredibly good game. But it's not a game that appeals to me, right? It's like music. It's somewhat somewhat personal in that regard. Some music is clearly very good music, but it's just not my jam. Britney Spears all the way. Go. Squint. Oh, a rare. I've never seen him before. And I guess we're never looting him again. Where's fetch? Where's my fetch button gone? There is nothing to be fetched. Oh well. Rip that rare. Hope he doesn't drop anything cool. Oh, another pan of salt. Nice. I wasn't even thinking about that. So that Madonna's where it's at. Gotta love those triangle tits. That Tomb Raider vibe.
Yes, yes, yes. So perfect. Give it to us.
Wasn't there something about standing in a blob or something on this boss? I've still never learned this boss, I really haven't. Tomb Raider rocks for sure. Remember how she used to climb ledges and do that funky handstand and the legs go over the head business? Yeah. In the new Tomb Raider game, she can't even do a flipping backflip. She's decrepit in the new Tomb Raider games. The new Tomb Raider, she's not even a Tomb Raider. Yeah, there was some, it wasn't this some dumb level tweet or something went out about the new Tomb Raider game where people complaining it's like too violent or something. It's like, dickhead, it's called Tomb Raider. Like, she's quite genuinely stealing shit. That's the concept of the game. Cracking into places and stealing shit. That's the concept of the game, moron. All behind the boss, please. All behind the boss. Just nuke the shit out of it when it spawns. Take down Dark Animus. It does help if you have a druid that's doing 15 million DPS.
Show your enemy the meaning of pain. Yes, master. I will fight with my life. Fought with honor. His first and last mistake.
Tank going past the house again or something. My entire house is vibrating. Why is my whole house vibrating?
Stare into the face of true power.
Massive, great big delivery truck that's clearly lost. The Russians are coming now. They're fine. They're fine. They're good. Well, good's questionable, but they're fine. Most Russians are wonderful people. Fortunately, few that give them a bad reputation. Where's Loot Goblin at? Goblin loot, clearly. And blast.
More kindling for the blade. Come within, let us burn them to ash. If I may.
Lived in Moscow's for 8 months back in the 90s. Most wonderful and irritating people ever. Yeah, I've got a family friend who, due to work, has lived in many places in quite quick succession. One of them being Russia for about 9 months. And they said something very similar, that most people in Russia they are some of the most genuine, nice, helpful people ever. For example, she obviously moving to Russia didn't speak Russian, yet like housekeeper and like she'd go out for coffee or something to a cafe or something, and they were all just wonderful people. It's just like what is so often the case. It's a real shame that the reputation of a few dictates stereotype.
I am Lady Shane, slayer of kings and gods. Mistake. Challenge me in my own sanctum.
Can't wait to watch the deep dives into the professions. I can't wait to deep dive into the professions, yeah. You and me both. Me both. Like I said, it's going to be a bit of a culture shock for some people in the stream because we've acquired a bunch of new faces around here recently who may not necessarily be used to my sweaty goblin antics. So it's going to be fun to see. Can't wait for you to break out the paint. Love a good paint diagram. Love a good paint diagram. Spoiler alert, there might be less spreadsheets this time. We're making no guarantees yet, but there might be less spreadsheets this time. Oi, fuck off. Don't be pushing me off the ledge, you dick. If they like to make some gold on the side, then they'll earn a few mil in the first couple of weeks, and then I'm pretty sure they'll pay attention. It's true. Yeah, those who take advantage of early expansion from a goal making perspective tend to eat pretty good for the rest of it. Right, we're going to hit up Siege of Orgrimmar next. Let's also then open the group up to a bunch more. Yeah, I should obviously preface, don't run away yet, just after this last boss. Bonus boss, bonus boss, bonus boss. Rather in action.
By the shrieks of the tormented, my dreams a waking nightmare. I see the naive hope in your eyes. You think you
What's the... Oh, okay, we're doing something different here. Oh, was this stack in a corner nuke his ass situation before the balls even come? Okay. 3 hugs. 3 hugs from a fiery chicken. I'm not sure I want to hug a fiery chicken.
know my agony.
You got candy. Oh, God.
This twisted world is beyond redemption, beyond the reach of deluded heroes. The only answer to corruption
I'm all out of candy, but let me see what I've got in my pants.
that begins now. When I am finished with you, I shall not rest until this world is cleansed. Now, perish. The touch of creation. You still think victory possible?
Oh, we didn't kill him fast enough with plebs. Scumbags.
This is but a taste of my power.
Okay, now we killed him, it's fine.
I am not your enemy. More powerful than he was even. Perhaps,
Oh, you get 2 greater bronze gashes from that. Sweet.
perhaps there
Right, Siege of Orgrimmar, boys and girls. Siege of Orgrimmar. I'll open the group and get people in if
yawning
we want to mosey on over.
darkness beneath
Siege of Orgrimmar.
endless.
Just heroic today, not mythic. I will live by the same theory again. Just whoever wants to come can come. Blast it. Let's get some people in. Spreadsheets. What is this? You need spreadsheets. We'll get some spreadsheets, don't worry. One little question, is Zygo really that good to make a good amount of gold in retail? I don't heavily promote Zygo for its gold making ability. It's just very good for all of its little guides that help you just do stuff, though. Like, obviously its leveling is, in my opinion, second to none. It takes the lore master approach. Yeah, Zygo takes the lore master approach to leveling rather than a strict this is do exactly this and you'll get to the end as fast as humanly possible. For that reason, it does differ from a leveling perspective to some other leveling guides out there. But I love Zygo for its, like, it helps you with all of the dailies, it helps you farm all the achievements, that's the stuff. But all of that said, goal making side of it is, it ain't gonna make nobody rich. But it has little guides to like help you level up your professions and stuff like that. So it's a good assistant, but you're still gonna need to put your brain in gear, really.
The Titans use these life-giving waters.
Oh, we still got room for one more, don't we? Up in there, we must have had a lever.
It is these waters
Room for one more for heroic Siege of Orgrimmar.
Their runoff into the Valley of the Four
Go.
Winds created
Easy
the
done.
most fertile farmland
We're in Mythic. Oh, we are in Mythic. Oh.
God has
Shush, don't tell him. No, that's a
within
problem.
the waters.
No, that is a problem. All out, all out. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
Foul.
Entirely my bad.
Destroy it before it seeps deep into the soil and corrupts all of Pandaria.
The problem is I have absolutely no clue when everyone's going to be out. Raid difficulty heroic. Not entirely sure why it switched over to mythic, to be fair, but if we also then do a reset all instances, hopefully it's now on heroic. So this does bug out way more often than it should do. Okay, it's now on heroic. We're good, we're good. In you go.
Together again. Except this time, I am afraid the circumstances are much more dire. The land is once the Titans
Right, let's clear trash. Let's get to the first boss and we'll do 1, 2, 3s and summons at the first boss.
These waters that kept the vale in bloom. Their runoff into the Valley of the Four Winds created the most fertile farmland in the world. And now, the malignance of the old god has manifested itself within the waters. Such a foul thing. Destroy it before it seeps deep into the soil and corrupts all of Pandaria.
We'll stack for the first pull all the same, so don't run away too far just yet. We'll stack for first pull, then spread after. Also helps with one. Or is everybody here? Hard to tell. Right, I'll actually use in-game chat a bit because everybody. Everybody here? Oh, it actually looks like everybody's here. Where's Loot Goblin at? Loot Gobbler's here. Okay. We good. We good. Last. Are you fucking kidding me? He fell apart before I even popped my cooldowns. Whoever has Righteous Fury, please remove it. Yes, yes, I second that. If you've got Righteous Fury, turn it the fuck off. Hate that flipping ability. I don't care how much haste it gives you. Turn it off. We absolutely don't need the haste buff. Is he dead? Is he dead? Dead. 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 Calm down. All I really hope is that that hasn't ballsed up people's mythic lockout. If it has, I'm very sorry. But we didn't kill anything, so it shouldn't have. Up with the Warlock. Why is the Warlock taking so much damage? Lost Tammy. Faster now! Faster now!
Can it be? Oh no. No, no, no!
Faster, 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 faster.
Golden Lotus?
Or I'm gonna play the last of the party gets
Pledged
booted
their
game.
lives to
Wait for
defend
me,
this
my short. Stop typing, more running. Right, okay, let's blast.
Rook Stone Toe, you remember me?
If you're a carry, get in the bubble. I mean, realistically, if you're not, get in the bubble, but... How is Hunter last of the party? Strange things do happen. Flipping stunned. It's 600k DPS on that boss, and I was like, wow, that's pretty good. Bottom DPS.
Looks to originate from these titans.
The DPS you can pump once you're max geared in this
Recorded
actually
history,
ridiculous.
And with good reason. In the chamber ahead, under our peaceful
No balls, boys and girls. Ignore the balls. Just nuke boss.
Halt! Oh my, what is this? Hello, I am Lord Walker Cho.
No further corruption will enter the heart.
Can change talents to reset corruption, do full damage. It really won't matter. It really.
Oh no, we are here to stop
Probably done in time, but I have to go
and save
at 11.
Pandaria.
Okay. Sure.
You
Sure.
wish to purge the
This is going to be pretty
corruption?
fast anyway.
Yes, please let us pass.
Should you pass this door at this time, you would fail. You, all of you.
What's this? Who's this on Twitter? Who's this?
As pride.
Fire in
You
space.
stand tall and proud
Stand.
atop your accomplishments, and this will be your downfall. Should you wish to defeat the corruption, you will first need to purify the corruption within yourselves.
Just get good dirt. You tell him.
You are prepared to very well. I will create a field to keep your corruption quarantined. Prove yourselves worthy, and I will let
I'm
you
changing talents.
pass.
That's.
The light cleanses, but it is not gentle. Gird yourselves and be purified.
So many buttons to press. More speeds. More zooms. Nice. Nice.
What lies beyond
Now for the real boss.
utmost.
Trash. You have a lower item level waiting here for 30 seconds. It's not a terrible bit of advice, honestly. Otherwise, you're gonna get your ass handed to you. Pull all the trash. Make it go boom. Luckily, there's no repair fees, so people do as they please. Dead. Dead. In before everybody dies.
Terranzu, Joe.
Face me. Give in to your pride. Show me your greatness.
At least in Siege of Orgrimmar, we get more than 5 GCDs until the boss is dead.
To the healer.
Yeah, we might get 6 if you're lucky, yeah.
I will find help. Try to hold off the
You got a
show
dead
for as
warlock.
long as you
Got a
can.
res on the warlock, nice. Cool. Slap him.
Let your pride cloud your vision. Titan puppets.
Good job, good job.
I brought help.
Cool.
So Hellscream's arrogance unleashed
Oh
the
no,
rest
I've
of the
got too
shop.
much bronze in
I'm
my
not
inventory.
surprised.
What will I ever do?
Look here. He left his weapon behind.
Gore howl.
This means he's completely unhinged.
News to no one, Regent Lord. King Rin's fleet is converging on Orgrimmar as we speak.
Likewise, Sylvanas and
All
I
for
have
who
both
AFKs
sent
on
ships
next
to support
pass.
Vol'jin's revolution.
Hey, look,
Warning
that's
you,
my job.
Orthamar.
Stop dishing out my
The
job.
Alliance is besieging the city, and we will destroy
Eyes.
Hellscream. Your people had best stay out of our way.
It is always a pleasure to see you, Lady.
If anybody
Pride.
wanted any of this, I'm sorry.
Champions, come with me. It's time to settle grievances with our war chief.
What's up? No beta? It probably won't go live until much later today. Yeah, double stream day today. That's the plan, at least. For the likelihood that beta will launch, I guess around sort of my guess is probably 8 PM UK time, 10 PM my local time. So probably not till very late. We probably won't get to do much of anything beta-wise today, other than clarify that we have access and maybe take a small poke about. I don't suspect we'll get much time later today. Eat the fact all my.
You think you have won?
I think I'm slacking.
We are
Whoops.
orcs, pure blood, commanded by the greatest war chief who ever lived. Your blood will fill this bay.
I think I'll go as far as saying that this is probably my least favourite boss in the entire dungeon. And I think it's only for the fact there's no way to make it faster. I really wish there was. Really wish you could speed this up somehow.
The beauty of Eversong and well done.
Go.
The first
Go, go, go,
brigade
go,
has
go.
made landfall.
Hate this entire place. There needs to be a skip all RP option. I understand now why some people were like, is the Garrosh skip in? Because if you're predominantly only doing this for the bones, if you want to get your tusks, there's
Heroes, take the towers.
you're only after the tusks. I can understand having to do 45, 50 plus minutes of other boss killing just to get to Garrosh.
And push them into the sea.
Sure.
In the name of Hellscream and the True Horde.
And it's obviously the irony for me is that by the time that most people have the ability to do it on Mythic, they've probably got the 20 bones already, because they'll have done Heroic like 3 or 4 times at least at that point, and Heroic's 4 apiece. You'll have probably done it on normal a few times by that point. By the time you can do it on Mythic and get 10 bones per run, you've probably got more than enough bones. That's what happened to me, at least, anyway. I'm up to, like, 55 total bones now, which is technically enough to buy everything and change. But I think I had nearly 40 before I even killed it on Mythic. ATT's still not working for me in Remix? No? I've had a few people say that certain add-ons are not doing kind of what they expect them to do. A few people have told me that they can't get Heekili to work. And I'm like, I haven't done anything. It just, by my standing, it just works. I'm assuming that there's, you know, well, it's always a conflict with something else. There'll be one other add-on that's causing another add-on to not do its thing. Fortunately, there's not an easy way to figure out which one it is that's doing it. If you turn every add-on off and have only all the things on, does it work?
For Hellscream!
Imagine you could vendor the bones for more bronze or threads. It's actually a smart play, to be honest. Because weirdly, there's really no incentive to run Mythic more than once. It's not like there's any extra bonus for doing Mythic. Once you've done it once, once you've got the achievement, once you've got the title, there's really no reason to do it a second time. The only reason I imagine some people might do a Mythic run of Siege of Orgrimmar rather than Heroic every day is just because they can then get away with asking for 476 players only, because it's Mythic. And it guarantees a pump group. Yeah, you get more bones on Mythic, but like I mentioned, by the time you get to Mythic, you've probably got all the bones you ever need anyway. And let's say it's very easy. You need 42 bones to collect everything that this game mode has. All the tusks and all of the heirlooms. It's very easy to have 30 of them before you even get geared enough to go do Mythic. So, yeah. Weird. No real reason to go do Mythic. Somehow ATT was uninstalled, but I could still use it. Okay. Okay. That's probably then why it wouldn't be updating. Odd. Boom. Shot. Second tower missed. Second tower's not there yet. Now, I don't know how somebody did this, but the other day somebody shot it down with just one cannon.
And there goes the other one.
Sometimes I impress even myself. And down goes the truck.
You do realize we are directly below it, right?
Oh my god, you got melted. You got melted, son.
I will never get all of this dust out of my robes.
Oh, you're still here? I had kind of hoped you had perished.
Why is my move
You make a
speed
very
trash?
attractive corpse.
Why is my move speed trash all of a sudden? What's going on here?
We'll hold the docks for now.
Move
Marshal the
speed,
forces.
49%.
Await you at the gates of Orgrimmar.
The wrong talents on? Oh, where's my double
He's
trailblazer?
not dead.
Ah, I got the wrong back on, that's why. Whoops. Whatever. We're going to just stack in the corner. Yeah, just back up into this corner again.
Don't be foolish, Vol'jin!
Stack life blooms.
Siege weapons left. You cannot win this battle.
Ain't no other way, man. We gotta stop Garrosh here and now.
Who's bringing up the rear? Who's bringing up the rear? A paladin.
Perhaps our newfound
A
reinforcements
paladin.
will aid us.
Don't sacrifice yourself, priest.
Perhaps there is hope after all.
Day to pull just before the paladin gets it. Go, 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 go!
Heroes, no doubt about that.
Blessing of the Earth Mother be upon you.
The beast be slain.
You may have defeated my war machine, but the gate.
I didn't even get on the flipping charts that time.
You
Shocking
will not
behaviour.
take Orgrimmar today.
Had about 8 FPS there. 8 FPS? Go off.
What? Corcoran! To the gates! Now!
door.
Have anything to say,
You only had 8 FPS out there. I feel sorry for you now.
We're here to save you, troll. We're here for Kalundor.
It's wild to me when trash takes longer to clear than bosses.
I'm getting him out of here.
Friday. Not loot the last boss. Maybe I did. This is pretty speedy now. Liking this pace. Do we think we're at kind of the point where we might see some of the biggest DPS? Like, as a raid-wide thing? I think we might be, you know. I suspect that when beta turns up, a lot of people might be like, oh, okay. That's my cue to put Remix down now. I think the most pumped raids you might ever see are the ones that are floating around right now. There'll be the odd individual that'll sweat it out for the next 6 months, but 6 weeks or however long it ends up for. Not many people play beta. But it's one of those, isn't it? You're not really playing it, but you're looking into what's going on. This is why it keeps people's attention for a minute. You won't get too many people still playing the beta in a month's time, that's for sure. Group DPS was 168 million on the last boss, was it? Yeah, that's pretty spicy. Just a casual 168 million DPS. Sheesh. That's going to rival Mythic groups, though, because of course we've got 10 extra people.
So, no alliance hand has ever struck me down. You think you...
That said, if everybody did cheese on Mythic, 476 gear, the actual raid-wide DPS would be stupid. Like, take your trinket, like, delete your jewelry kind of cheese. With 10,000 main stat Andy cloaks all around. Be wild. You all in? Go.
It's an honor to finally face you in combat, Locaroga! For honor and for our cause! I regret.
Lift boss. Oh, stupid lift. Damn. Damn. At least it should mean that nobody gets a disconnect off this.
Into a new era.
You fought with honor. Gather will ensure that your legacy lives on. For the Horde, my friend.
Nazgrim has failed us. Corcoran, destroy these intruders.
200 bronze just from that trash, you know. Not bad actually. Kind of forget that all the trash like really does add up if you loot it. Considering most of us are probably in here for the bronze. And blast. DPS numbers are so silly. I love it. I love it. 1, 2, 3 go left, 4, 5, 6 go right. In fact, no, I changed that. I've just realised the mistake there because we've got all of the juices in first 3 group. We'll split it up, odds and evens. Odds go left, evens go right, based on number. Or we'll just slap it and see what happens.
What should we do next?
Big, you and your warriors hold this junction. These heroes should forge ahead and trust the Lord.
What about you?
Dying. The city's in chaos. Stop the bloodshed. Come back for it.
Very well.
It's gonna find folks. Gonna kill the war chief.
Protect you both.
Turret down, turrets down. Good, good, good. Nice work. Oh look, somebody's got the fancy pants raid warnings. Love that. Love that. That's proper raid leading right there. When you do LFR enough, you learn. You don't learn shit in LFR. Lies. And Crick's just stand in the middle and start for everything, maybe. There's a party going on in this corner. Holy shit. Trying to get a group through Raz again. I don't envy people that try and teach the ways, especially in retail via LFR. I don't envy you at all. Doing God's work, by the way.
Module 1's all prepared for system reset.
Crick's carrying so hard they're going to turn him into a mount for the next expansion. Zumi's giving it a good go though.
Initiating system reset. Module 2 at 50%. Hey, system reset requires 2 modules to complete.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's up with Team 1 slacking? Holy shit. We stink. We absolutely hoon. What a bunch of losers. Right, if they just run straight to the dinosaur, don't worry about looting here. You get it on the way back. In case your its combat does crazy things or you whatever.
Have a great day, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Sometimes it locks you out from the loot for some. Sometimes to win in a game is to just not play it. GG LFR. I think I agree. Crick's DPS is so hard I just got pregnant. They don't make condoms big enough for that big dick DPS.
Deal with the devil, Dogma, and we'll lock our rest.
We lost people. We lost people. Speedy, speedy now. All of the deads. Let's wait for the deads at the back. I'm gonna feel so underpowered on retail. Probably just quit Demon Hunter. There is part of me that is actually quite concerned about trying to get into retail again after playing this mode. I've mentioned it a few times, but this is kind of why I think they were very cautious with Torghast back in the day. But if they had a game mode that is significantly more fun than the base game by proxy of you just being able to nuke shit and become super duper mega OP, there was the inherent risk that nobody would play the retail but the regular game. Because surprise, surprise, gamers go where the fun goes most of the time, given the choice. Got raid tonight over in retail. I'm sure we're not going to zerg it. Good thing I'm a healer and won't have to deal with the lack of DPS. Quality of life things though. Just quality of life things. Not having to worry about repairs, like movement speed being zooms. Yeah, movement speed back on retail is gonna be an ouch. You think they'll redo it with another expansion? I definitely hope they do. Now, I hope they do it in enough of a way that it feels different, though. If they just straight up copy-paste it, it won't have the same novelty effect as this had. But there is definitely there is something to be done with the more modern expansions. I don't think they'll go backwards from this particularly. I don't think we'll see a Wrath remix or anything, but like, I think the more modern expansions lend themselves quite nicely to this game mode style. I mean, Legion's got to be the one though, right? Surely, I think everybody's after a bit of Legion remix. That would be crazy with your artifact weapon. I mean, that's just so obvious, right? It's impossible to not think that scaling your artifact weapon similar to your cloak is the play there. Legion. That would just be very fun.
Looks like I'm in the market for a new assistant.
Could a BFA remix with the unused Bruto colors? Maybe. Maybe. Was that the third pack of trash? It was. Sorry, there's me waiting for the third pack of trash and some being gun. Who have we lost? Oh, we've lost our DPS. Hold fire. Hold fire, we've lost our carry. We've lost our carry. He's here, let's go. Lost the hard carry. He's probably just waiting for his cooldowns, that's all he wants. Why not a Wrath remix? I don't think the older expansions lend themselves quite as nicely. Wrath and TBC, we've had them in classic mode already. I'm not sure a remix really fits. It's difficult because I can't easily quantify why. I just don't think it would feel quite right. More importantly, I really don't want to be running ICC 3 times a day. In gunship battle all over again. Let's see.
More of Vol'jin's revolutionaries. You've made it. Have you found Thrall?
Look, brothers, the Awakener is here. They made it this far?
Tell me, how goes the battle up above? What of Nazgrim?
Just typing in stream chat, can't multitask. It's all good. All good.
A great leader and a fine warrior.
Oh, I suppose if they redid the Mage Tower in Remix as well. But then again, people wanted challenge modes, didn't they? People were expecting, or people were very interested to see if Remix was going to bring back challenge modes. And I think they missed it. I honestly think they missed a trick with that. I think they should have brought back challenge mode, like proper challenge modes. This. But yeah, maybe Mage Tower is the play there.
Come, children of the Titans, you face the Paragons.
Can we let's make sure we have 2 bugs with their feet on the floor at all times if we can. Especially on Heroic, this is very likely to bug out.
I will drink your blood.
Easy now. Easy now. Oh god, it's going to go horribly wrong. Wait till his feet land. Okay, now we can nuke him. two of them are falling at the same time again. So hard to coordinate.
Come, little creature. I will carry you one last way. A fitting meal for my children.
Okay, seems to be fine. All good, all good.
Lay down the mantle of War Chief. We can end this here. Now. No more bloodshed. Ha! Do you remember nothing of honor? Of glory on a battlefield? You who would parley with the humans
Dipping harboring.
who allowed warlocks to practice their dark magics right under our feet.
More darts. More darts. This trash, man.
Are the Orcish horde, the true horde.
Oh, we got Pedro in chat now.
Bloody
Nice.
and thrashing on the field of battle, like true orcs should.
Whoa! Doors.
Are an orc no longer, and speak for none but yourself. You betrayed our people to forge your fragile alliances, and I will take great pleasure in tearing them apart. Then you have forced my hand.
Hey, this heroic run's been pretty good,
The
you know.
mistake I made long ago.
Averaged nearly 20k bronze an hour on this heroic run. In fact, might surpass that by the looks of things. But oh yeah, we have 20k bronze an hour so far. Once this session 60k. Have I been live 3 hours? No way have I been live 3 hours.
The elements for miles
This number's
around.
wrong.
They cannot hear you now. Once
Oh no, actually, I know why it says that. Oh, it's actually bigger than this then. Way bigger than this, because there's a good half an hour of me AFKing at the beginning. Before I even started the stream. Oh yeah, stacking corner, stacking corner, stacking corner. So yeah, heroic run is about 30k bronze an hour. If you can blast through it. Which definitely makes it probably one of the most efficient things you can do for the first thing you do a day.
I, Garrosh, son of Grod, will shoot
Lock him up.
to be called Hellstream.
Oh dear. Oh dear, Garrosh. Oh dear, did that sting? Oh dear.
They are weapons
Yeesh.
of war, the tools of a war chief. Yes, I can see it now. I can see the future of this world. The world.
Weird Blizzard said immediate access to beta if you pre-purchased Epic Edition but still no access. It's because beta's not live yet for anybody. Invites haven't gone out yet. Unless I'm slow to the party, but I'm pretty sure it's not up yet. I'm sure 500 people would have told me if it was up by this point. So yeah, it'll turn up. I suspect it's not going to turn up till late today. It'll be on NA times Yeah, be aware of that. It does kind of suck a little bit for Team EU, but it'll be on NA times. Obviously they haven't said, but it will, trust me.
Will come to pass. It has shown me. I have seen mountains of skulls and rivers of blood, and I will have my world.
Down he goes. Nuked his ass. Good job, boys and girls. Good job, good job, good job. Good job. That's, did we get any achievement spam? Ah, a few people. A few people. Like that. Like that. Nice. Nice. Thank you, boys and girls. Thank you, thank you. Blizzard haven't officially said when they're gonna do things, but considering it's a test platform and it will probably work in a very similar way to the alpha did, it'll go live when it's ready, and it will be based on NA times, so probably not till 9, 10, 11 NA times. Sort of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 EU times, PM that is. Be my guess. Got loads of time to smash out some remix stuff. You all, you. You'd assume the pre-download would be available. Yeah, I don't know how they do it because they got to. You would kind of hope that they'd flag accounts prior, but. Blizzard do what Blizzard do. Okay. Wow, 422,000 bronze on this dude now. There's not too much else I have to do on this character from a bronze farm perspective. I wonder if I bang out some dailies on my alts. Might be a smart play. Spend it. I kind of want to just stock it up and up and up. I want this dude to be able to just go and buy all of the mounts in one go. That's the plan for this fella. I know what I am going to do though. What I absolutely definitely am going to do is take a quick break for 2 minutes. Stretch my legs, grab a drink, quick bathroom break, and then we'll figure something out. Be back in 2. Whoa. How's Jack got like 23 kills? What was that shit about? Eyes. 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 You jinxed it. Sorry. Hang on. Leaderboards. Most kills, 23. Most deaths, 34. Tammy's had a 10 kill streak before. Damn. Sheesh. Right. What I didn't realise is that little intro fighters minigame for Twitch is global stats. Quite cool. Right. What we can do then? There's the possibility of some heroic spam. Dungeons, that is. 422,000 bronze on this character. What's that put our grand total at? Grand total 760,000 bronze so far. Actually, what was that? Oh, flipping! There was that little add-on, wasn't there? New little add-on for tracking. Open Curse Forge. Trove. What was it called? Trove Hunt? No, Trove Summon. Trove Summon. Trove Tally. Somebody, many people have recommended this. T for Trove Tally, it's on, okay. Our Eyes of the Thunder King? Oh, a free cache. How and where and what does this add-on do? I see nothing. No button. What's the new button here then? Not one. No, there is. How does this add-on work then? /tally. Oh, okay. /tally. What do we got here then? Hunter, Beastmaster, Marksmanship, Survival, or everything. Oh, I don't have that many ticks, do I? That's not enough ticks. We've got some. Oh god, LFR? LFR exclusive shit? Oh dear Lord, have mercy on my soul. Oof! Oh dear, oh dear. Is that in essence it though? It just... Oh, and there's no back button either. Right, we macro that then. Trove. /Trove. Save. That down here. Okay. Every area of content has uniques. Oh Lord have mercy. Okay. There's no back button. How do I go back? How do I get back to the config? Guess I can't. realistically, it's I've got everything from heroic dungeons apparently, as a surprise. Normal dungeons? Siege of Orgrimmar Mythic. Oh, there's your reason. There's your there's your reason to do Mythic every day, boys and girls. Oh no. I have one appearance apparently. Oh, I feel sorry for people that actually want to farm these. Oh. Throne of Thunder on normal. Ouch. We need to do more runs, don't we? However, like, I've done Throne of Thunder on normal, like, so many times, and I've got 2 appearances, maybe? And if you want to do this for multiple classes, you just ain't ever going to get it done, are you? I like the mod, but the sheer amount of stuff is too much. Yeah, this is like remix exclusive shit. Oh yeah, right click and you go back. Filter items that can be filter only items that can be looted by a hunter. Well, this shows, okay, that's quite some many ticks for me. That's a lot more ticks for me. Now that's not going to help my case with others, but okay. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Not as bad as it looks, to be honest. Ton, but it's doable. Luckily, I couldn't care less about Mog half the time, so this isn't in my. This isn't strictly something that's going to stress me, but I do understand the fact that these are listed as exclusive appearances as well. That's going to ramp the FOMO through the roof for some people. I'm still missing a little rod thing. Especially since they're unique and just recolors of each other. That's like double pain. It's not... they're unique. Unique in terms of the fact the only way you can get that appearance, but then there's color variations of each one. That's quite cool. This is all the survival stuff. No wonder I've not got half of this. Oh, that's a cool guy. Oh, I've got that one apparently. Cool little add-on though. Cool little add-on. I'm pretty sure ATT does exactly the same thing though, right? Wasn't there some smart thing you can do with ATT, not just the bronze one? What's loot mode? Show loot from all sources. Oh, okay. There's what was it? Somebody commented on my YouTube video yesterday. Some bonus thing. In all the things settings, you can change it so that it only lists remix items. Any lists? How do you do that? How do you do it so it only lists the remix stuff? Or do you do it through... You go all the things, do you go... Dynamic categories? No. Class as a holiday event? I don't know. World events? Remix, Mr. Pandaria. Oh, there we go. So there's an actual list you can pop out for just remix. I'm 46% on remix apparently. $422,999 out of 1,408. Big number. Got all my bones. What are these? Drink to apply polyformic acid transformations. Random stuff up there. World bosses, raids, armor types. Yeesh. The list. Woo. So yeah, if you go into, where did we find that? Holiday. No, go into world events and then remix. If you want to categorize just ATT stuff that's remix specific. And obviously then depending on whether you have account mode or turn account mode off. So, for me as a hunter, apparently I need 938,000 bronze to collect everything. Damn. Damn strawberry jam, that's a lot, innit? All of this business. Think you can do, I can do better. Lightning fists, wild spark, criteria 4. There's some achievements I haven't done. Anything you can do, I can do better. What the hell is that? Oh, these are like the actual old school ones. Beat Feng the Accursed in normal or heroic after mimicking each of the following abilities. This is the retail version of the guide. Mop Remix has introduced changes that may have affected this guide. We've made it available to our Remix users, but you may run into issues. Our team is working on updating all guides as needed. Good job, Zygo. Good guy, Zygo. Oh, snap. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realise you could work towards all of these. Apparently you can. Huh? Maybe there's a bit more to do in Remix than I first thought. Maybe there's a bit more to it than just smashing bosses in the face. Does this list all of the... Surely this lists all the mounts and stuff as well. All the hunter-specific ensembles. Here's all the mounts. Things. Well, we'll go on a bit of a spending spree. I mean, we could just spend the bronze that we have, couldn't we? Although I've kind of been using it for stream titles. I just, you might have noticed, that kind of been using my bronze total stream title. Not clickbait, because I do have, but you know, it's just something attractive. Talking about Tomb Raider earlier, it's currently free with Prime Gaming, a GOG key. Good old gaming key. Ah, I should check that out. Hi. I don't think I'm going to stress too much about running around collecting all these weapon appearances, if I'm honest. Oh! Astral Emperor Circling. This is a new one. Getting the Timeless Isle achievement. Have I not even done that yet? There's still basic achievements I haven't done. Oh, am I slacking here? Oh, I clearly am, look. I've not even finished the Landfall campaign. Not done the Timeless Isle stuff. I really am slacking. Get 1 million just for the thumbnail and title. Spending 1 million bronze in Panda Remix. Yeah, see, that's it, right? Always thinking. Always thinking. Get content creator mode on the go. Always thinking. What have I not finished with this then? Continue the campaign by accepting the quest to the valley over in the wilds. Aha. Alright, well let's go over there then. You're not going to spend max bronze to cap gear on the hunter? What, you mean like this? I already have. We had max gear for like a week. We went way too sweaty at the beginning of this. There's part of me that wants to do it again on other characters. I really like that little warlock that we leveled the other day. I would really like to gear that dude up and smash face with the warlock. I think that could be really fun. I would really like to level up alts, and it surprises me just how aggressively against letting players do that they are in this mode, which I don't understand. Because I would love to do it again, but I am absolutely, categorically not going to spend another 600,000 bronze doing it. Like, the journey was super fun the first time and rewarding, but next time it will just be a chore. Even though I kind of want to, because I want to play the alts, it's a really strange decision they made to not let people have any sort of discount on the upgrade costs. Why, when they're presented a really easy win, are they not taking it? That's what I don't get. The really easy win. Who's the rare here? Why can't I see it? Oh? Very confused. Maybe it's a phasing thing. It's a massive chore. I'm doing it on 2 more 70s and it's a slog. Mainly doing it from the daily 1250 caches because CBA farm. This is it, right? It was really fun leveling and powering up. The first 20 hours are the grossest, though. First 20 hours are horrible.
Hellscream's eyes are upon you.
Go all the way up there. Ah, people told me the Landform campaign is just a flight simulator. I'm starting to get it now. Starting to get it. Picked the wrong main to spend my bronze on, so I kind of feel stuck after going all in on my hunter. But this is it. Like, people want to play the other ones, but they want to play the other ones, but having to fight through 20 hours of pain initially before you start getting to the fun is an odd gameplay choice or design choice. Sorry, it's just. Because I'm more inclined to do it again now that I've even done it once, because I realise how fun it can be once you get to sort of like 400 item level and you start slapping things, and every time you get an upgrade, every time you get another 40k bronze, you're like, oh, okay, great, now I can go get another upgrade, and your DPS goes from like 500k to 750k. Then you know, another 40k, and all of a sudden you've broken the 1 million barrier for your DPS. In that regard, it's just really cool. But you have to go through that horrible wet noodle, like, just complete pathetic 50k DPS to 56k DPS to like 70k DPS. You have to spend 200k bronze before your character actually feels like it's gaining anything from that expenditure. And I would absolutely want to play other characters, but I refuse to give Blizzard another 20 hours of my time for free. If that makes sense. I'm not going to grind through another 20 hours just to get to the bit where it's actually fun.
We are a nation on the rise. We find
So instead,
in the horde.
we'll farm bronze on this main character. Or we will level alts. That's the plan. I'd happily pay another 150k. Yeah, the discount doesn't even need to be like, it doesn't need to be account wide. It just needs to be a fair discount the second time you do it. Even cutting it in half would, you know, because if they cut it in half for alts, 50% base discount for alts, you'd then have a situation where that first 20 hours would be heavily diminished. Like, you'd cut that way in half. You like, if you could ding level 70 and quite quickly get up to like 380 item level, because the second time you're doing it, you'll have all of your jewelry. You'll probably be in a reasonable position with gems ready. You'll understand the process you need to go through. You just want to get through that grind session a bit quicker. What they might do towards the end of the event. Yeah, but that's one of those kind of it's one of those frustrating things to players, right? Because that is just clearly an engagement metric. That is purely an indication that they deliberately had an idea of what they want the game to be, the game mode to be, and they cut bits out and drip and to deliberately drip feed it back to you. It's only here for 90 days. Let us do it at our own pace. This is my concept. I do hope that they do make these changes, and I hope that they're not just sitting on these changes knowing full well they're going to do them anyway. I hope they genuinely do look at fixing some of this. I know my approach to this often comes across as quite cynical, but I just wonder how it feels to be a Blizzard game designer and to see so many people slating and trashing on your decisions. And if you know that, you know, something's changing or something was designed from the word go to be like, oh, okay, there'll be no account-wide stuff at the beginning, but then we'll introduce it in week 4 or something like that. Because if all of this is planned, then the devs are sat there knowing full well it's going to happen. And that must be really weird as a dev. To like, okay, so we have to... You're asking me to make a lesser quality product so that we can give them the good one at the end as a form of engagement. I can't imagine... That, see, that's an accountant's, you know, that's an accountant's way. That's the publisher side kicking in there. I'm sure the creative game dev is like, this stinks, but it's out of my control.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord. The light of the somewhere be with you. What I do for Quel'Thalas.
And the area was about doubling. Like, once you're exalted with a faction, your alts would get double reputation. Maybe they should have done it that once you hit 456 or whatever max, your alts get double bronze. Yeah, I remember that with alts. Once you hit, sorry, back in Panda, I remember that you used to get a big bonus for your alts, even way back in the day. Seems odd that they've remixed it and taken away half of the alt friendliness, which only leads me to believe even more that they've taken it away only to give it us back at a later date and to be good guy Blizzard at the end of the day. Seems like such an odd choice. Yeah, the rep bonus does still work in Remix though, which is quite interesting. For any of you that had them done already. What do those 20 hours account for? I feel like it takes a lot more than 28 hours to make a new character feel fun again. Well, I mean, I broke this all down the other day. I did a little video on YouTube the other day saying how the gear upgrade system is broken. I broke it down in that video to sort of hopefully showcase that you can break the leveling into 3 parts, or your gearing into 3 parts, and mathematically get about 10,000 bronze an hour. The game is structured so that you get about 10k bronze an hour. You can get more, sometimes you'll get less, but on average it's designed for you to get about 10k bronze an hour. The difficulty though is that at the beginning of your journey, when you are fresh level 70, it's much more challenging to maintain that 10,000 bronze an hour. You're actually more looking at like 5k bronze an hour by questing. Your heroic dungeons are going to be slower. Your questing is going to be slower. You can still acquire the same amount of bronze per day as somebody else, but you're going to make it a lot slower. Then when you get in the middle part, when you start to feel powerful, all of a sudden that 10k bronze an hour becomes quite easy to obtain. And then weirdly, by the time you're fully geared, then you're just flooded with bronze. And the last part, the actual fun part where you get exponentially powerful, is actually the easiest bit. Once you get past item level 400, the game just goes easy mode, right? The problem is they for some reason have made... This is why I think that the bronze costs on gear upgrades almost feels like it's backwards. Right at the very beginning, you ding 70, and you ding 70, and you have the hardest time gaining bronze, and the bronze you then spend has the least impact on your player power, which is wild. That's any sensible game designer would look at that and go, actually, that's backwards. you should have cheap costs and they should be impactful at the beginning to get you into the fun bit. And then if you really want to scale to become an absolute monster, you should have to do more, have to do more farming, have to, use your powers to your advantage, farm up more bronze, kill more bosses, do whatever the case is, to like go from being powerful to being the Hulk. So it was a very weird choice they took. Either a weird choice, or just didn't have time to implement it, or worst case, just incompetent. Let's hope it's not the third. That's a fresh 70, a mob sneezes on you and you die. Pretty much. Pretty much. Video of Signs of Kalani who said that low level 70s get more easily into raids since the nerf. I don't think that's strictly true. That sounds more like an opinion rather than a fact.
Do not get angry with the elements. Violence is their nature. I conquered my own anger long, long ago.
Another rope. Second one. Why can't we tie the second one? What have I ballsed up here? Oh, I gotta wait for him. I gotta wait for him to do his thing. Wait for him to climb up.
Why, you are strong. When I was young, I might have doubted that we could do this. But now, I have no doubts at all.
Low item level 70s with max gear completed. No, I mean that's just an endgame meta cheese. I'm talking more about when you are actually freshly dinged level 70 and you're trying to get into those normal groups. You're trying to get your, every 40,000 bronze you get feels like an absolute slog. Because you might have to fall back on that sort of quick and easy daily 10k bronze. Then how the consensus to get a lot of bronze quickly nowadays is, well, just do a quick sweep of heroics. That's what I do, for example. I can get sort of 50-60k bronze in a couple of hours quite comfortably on a max geared character. But the point is I don't really need it at this point other than to spend it on cosmetics. I could have done with an easier path to get here in the first place. When you are freshly dinged 70, if you don't spend every dime of bronze you get on upgrading your gear, you're in for a bad time. Which I then feel sorry for people who want to spend some of their bronze on cosmetics and stuff at 70. Because they're just genuinely... There's not very often in a game where you can objectively say there is a wrong way of playing it. But in this scenario, there is, and that seems very strange when... It seems very strange that there's actually a wrong way to play a game mode that's meant to be optional, fun, and silly. Game devs should have made a lot of effort to make sure that that isn't the case in this mode, even more so than retail. You could argue in retail, something where there's an element of permanence, that you could justify more so having a right or a wrong way of progressing. In an optional little game mode, some more thought should have definitely gone.
Such a patient one. When I was young, I would have hated this task. Nowadays,
Have you tried syncing your 70? People are saying it works a bit. Or party syncing. I mean, that's potentially a thing you can do, but that's more like clever use of game mechanics than that is smart game design. That's gamers doing gamer things. That shouldn't be. That's a band-aid. That's a band-aid to fix a problem. That shouldn't be there in the first place. The fact that you can do some raiding whilst leveling is really great, not gonna lie. No, I agree. I think being able to raid is really cool whilst leveling. I think that's a really cool little advantage. I certainly wouldn't mind going forward in the future if they had like a leveling raid. It doesn't need to be a full tier of content. It doesn't really need to be something that you progress on. But you know, we have leveling dungeons. Why can't we have a little mini 3-boss leveling raid where 20 of you can come together and smash through it? Come on, up you come. Up you come.
Here we are. Oh, these old bones are tired. More than you can imagine.
Poor Panda. Had to climb up an entire mountain by himself. He never heard of a flying mount.
Task of carrying an old man up a mountain. Most are too proud. I was going to teach you a lesson, but instead, it is you who have taught me. You see, when I was young...
Is that the end of the quest chain? Go find another quest from. Continue the campaign by picking up Echoes of Thunder. We'll go all the way back again. Okay.
The realm you see all around.
Drink. Zooms. Should we try and kill the Shah while we're here? If we're up in this neck of the woods, there's no reason to not kill the Shah. Bro, that was the Emperor. You can't just fly away from him. Sorry, I've done him a disservice, haven't I? You're right. Zach, how we doing? Welcome in. Does this mean he's about to spawn? Is this the indication that he's about to go boom? Yes, there we go. Look at that for timing. That for timing. Eated. First. Make it. Yeah, a little 3-boss raid or something would feel nice whilst leveling. Something to break up the leveling, questing monotony. Obviously, we have the leveling dungeons, which is cool. You then end up grinding those like a crazy person at max level still anyway. A little 3-boss raid or something. I'm sure they could squeeze something like that in. I'm sure they're not going to, but that's a concept. I like the idea. Combo. Does anybody actually put any numbers to this, by the way? Then can you just fly your ass around and pick up bronze out of the sky? I'm sure you're not going to break any records with the amount of bronze you get, but I would be intrigued to see what the numbers are on it.
I see
let's grab this next. Anybody who's done Landfall, am I even remotely close to having this one finished? Echoes of Thunder. It feels like we are.
No matter the cost.
Find High Chieftain Bane Bloodhoof, Shrine of Two.
Come what may, we fight on.
Definitely a flying simulator. In my opinion, there's no other game with this much content as WoW. I'm a new player and it would be amazing to try some of the many done raids. Yeah, even you got even somebody that's played this game for like best part of 2 decades. There are people who quite genuinely dedicate large chunks of their life to trying to collect and do everything that this game has, and still fall flat on their face. There's very few people out there that have like even scratched the surface of what you can do in the game. But over 20 years, they've produced an awful lot of content. And that's where I think this remix probably is the biggest success. How many people now are going to have played Remix and are going to have had a chance to play all of the dungeons and raids that Remix has to offer, that maybe never played it back in the day? And for a lot of people, this is all as new as doing a dungeon in retail. That I think is quite cool. Oh, he's not in here. Where is he? Where at then? Oh, he's the one that's right down in the basement. Oh, we're not going down there. Which is why I think if they once every 6 to 9 months, maybe that's even too soon. If they want the remixes to last like 3 months apiece. If a single remix is going to be available for 3 months, I can't imagine they'd do one more than once a year. It might even end up being once per expansion, which for all we know could be once a year. But I think if they, considering how many players this is just quite genuinely new stuff for, I'd happily see.
May the Earth Mother smile upon you. We serve as caretakers of this world.
Wants an expansion, in my opinion.
You will serve the Horde, or be crushed beneath it.
It's definitely doing a good job of keeping people busy whilst retail is not. So that, you know, downtime, pretty solid. We already mentioned earlier that there'll be a huge of people that will dive into beta in the next few days just to have a little bit of a poke about, see what's what. But then very quickly it will be like, yeah, okay, that's cool. See you later. They'll put it, you know, they'll go see what they want to see. They'll maybe test out leveling a character in the new expansion, and they'll be done. That would probably mean a lot of those players will come back and play some Remix, I imagine. Remix might end up being the the short-term, long-time casual hangout WoW players. I think it's quite cool. Bit of variety, bit of spice.
Speak.
I have zero desire to replay an old expansion every year like this. So boring. Have you not enjoyed Remix though? Have you tried Remix? I mean, I get if it's purely not for you, but I also would think that probably puts you in the minority.
Zug zug.
Although I have quite heavy confirmation bias on this, I suppose, since I've played it an absolute bunch and I'm surrounded by people who are also enjoying it a lot, so I don't know. That's where WoW's doing a good job, though. WoW's doing a good job of providing something for everybody. Classic isn't for everybody. Classic doesn't do it for me. But it's the best thing since sliced bread for some people. And that works really well. Some people didn't get on with Plunderstorm because it was very PvP focused. It's also understandable. I had a lot of fun in Plunderstorm though, even though I'm not really so into PvP. Options is good. Options is good. The only people I feel really sorry for is the people who try and do absolutely everything. That's hard work right now. If you're trying to juggle raiding in retail, maybe doing your Mythic Plus in retail, doing what you need to do in retail to stay ahead in retail, you're also trying to do the same thing in Kata Classic. You're in between that, you're trying to keep a guild together in Season of Discovery, and you're trying to farm out Remix right now. I mean, you must be on 24 cups of coffee a day at that point. How do you have time to breathe if you're trying to do everything? Plunderstorm was literally do the quest and stay on the edge until you get killed. I enjoyed Plunderstorm a lot. Are we going back down here again for another quest? We are, yeah. Have we had any like news or updates or anything about good old beta? Wowhead posted anything that's not just fluff? Not anything recently. Billy Wowhead even are in bed. Probably a smart move, you know. Get some sleep in. Blizzard confirms Awakened rotation continues until the War Within pre-patch. I'm pretty convinced that's not what they said to begin with. I cannot, like, quote back to what they originally said, because I don't have it to hand, but I'm pretty sure this is not what they originally said. We've double-checked the schedule and can confirm that one raid per week rotation is intended to continue for the rest of the 10.2.7 patch. What? Checked your schedule? What now? I know this is meant to be kind of like a little bit in jest, but it also at the same time makes it sound like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. It's like, checked your schedule? Hang on, you make the schedule. They said 2 rotations, then all at the same time. Yeah, you see, that's kind of what I had in my head. Because I vaguely remember making the mistake after the 3rd week of thinking that they were all going to open. And I remember people correcting me saying, no, it's 2 rotations and then they all open. And now they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to keep it rotating until pre-patch. And by the way, we haven't told you when pre-patch is. Initially, it was the same raid 2 weeks in a row until 2 rotations. Then they changed it to 1 raid each week until 2 rotations. And they're just making it up as they go along. Just absolutely making it up as they go along. And it screams engagement play. Again, so many... Linking back to so many of their decisions of late, seem to be relatively transparent to anybody with half a brain that it's an engagement play. How can we keep people playing this game mode for longer? How can we make them come back next week? Well, if we give them everything this week, they might, dare I say, they might finish it. if we rotate it and drip feed it back to them, maybe they'll stick around for a while. I don't know. It seems really odd. It does seem very odd. Originally they said 2 weeks per raid, then 2 weeks for all of the awakened raids, and then they said 2 cycles of 1 week and then all awakened, and now this is something new again. Yeah. I don't know. They make it up as they go along. That was yesterday's drama. We don't need to re-dig up yesterday's drama. Okay, even Wowhead's in bed. Fine. I mean, it's entirely their right to make things up as they go along, but if they tell everybody one thing and then go and do another thing, that's, in my opinion, worse than not telling anybody anything in the first place. Bad data is worse than no data. No data is annoying. It's annoying when they don't tell us something. Just like they didn't tell us when the beta's going to go live today. It's kind of annoying, but at least they can't, you know, if they don't tell us when it's going to go live, they can't be held accountable for anything. And we'll all just be happy when it does. I'm still one of the old guard expecting the last season to actually be a new raid. Yeah. That, see, this is it, right? I kind of think this Awaken thing. The Awaken season was a quick hot fix, a quick implementation to save face when they inadvertently decided to remove an entire raid tier from an expansion halfway through. That's kind of what the Awakened seasons were in the first implementation. Now they're just, you know, now that they're kind of acting as if, well, this is just the normal thing at the end of an expansion. And it's like, whoa. Rein it in, Sonny Jim. We remember. What's his name? Pepperidge Farm old man dude. We remember. Take the portal to Silvermoon? We're off to Silvermoon? Oh, there's definitely not going to be any exploits here, is there? We're in Silvermoon. What can we do in Silvermoon?
The rebuilding continues.
Under promise, over deliver. That's the key. It's surprising how many companies go the other route, though. Six months of Siege of Orgrimmar. 6 months? Was it that short? I vaguely remember it being a lot more than that. Siege of Orgrimmar was what? Patch 5.3? Is it 5.3? I don't know. Being a lot more than that. Like 12, wasn't it literally one of the longest in history? Like 13 months or something I've had in my head. I might be wrong. How do we get downstairs? Who's stolen the stairs? Just hop. Hop. Okay, we just hop. Kill it! Kill the Shah! Never left my garrison. Lingchon missions. Now we're conflating situations. That was Warlord of Draenor.
Do not squander
Speak to you.
resources.
You have my attention.
You?
Safe travels.
Silver Champion, may I have a word with you? In private? You are a hero of the Horde. Your deeds in Northrend and during the Cataclysm are the stuff of legend.
It's interesting how, historically, Warlords of Draenor's, for use of a better term, failure towards the end was potentially what allowed Legion to end up being really good. Because the concept, at least, because we at the end of Warlords of Draenor, yes, there was a huge, great big delay. We had flipping Tanan jungle for forever, but it led into Legion being easily one of the better expansions they've ever made. I should have paid attention to what's going on here. Are we still doing here? Why am I staring at a box? Oh, I need to somehow get my ass all the way back. How do I get all the way back from here? Okay. You've just left me in the middle of a... Hearthstone is probably going to be the best play here, but I want to explore now. I'm in Silvermoon all of a sudden. Okay, we just take the ball. Not try and do any crazy shenanigans. $20 years of melt. 20 years melts your brain. Yeah, I wonder sometimes if other players, other people who have not played the game for quite so long, or B, come from playing other games that are predominantly, you know, a game franchise, unless it supersedes normal realms. Any significant franchise might last, you know, 5 years or something. Game will get made, then they'll make a sequel to the game. The sequel probably won't do quite as well, and then it gets canned, right? That's usually the plan for most games. Or now, if it's a AAA publisher, they just don't release anything new. Too risky to release anything new. When you start looking at World of Warcraft and people are like, oh yeah, I've played this for 20 years, that starts getting pretty wild. Eve's probably the only other one out there, really, that can relate. Many other people played Eve in chat. I've deliberately avoided it over the years, but it seems to be quite a crossover between people who've played World of Warcraft for a long time and players who've also played Eve for a long time. Well, RuneScape's another one that's out. Well, RuneScape has done the classic thing, hasn't it? The modern version of RuneScape is a bit guff by even RuneScape player standards. OSRS is where I think most long-term RuneScape players end up living. I only know that because my brother's been hooked on RuneScape forever. That's his game of choice. I always played WoW, he played RuneScape. Best bronze grind? Well, it depends what you're capable of doing. Yeah, a clear of heroic raids can be done very quickly if you've got good gear and can get you a lot of bronze very quickly, but it's not really available for everybody. Arguably, heroic dungeon spam is pretty crazy. If you're a tank or a DPS, sorry, if you're a healer or a tank class, you can spam heroics, and if you can start doing them fast enough, that actually adds up to a lot of bronze per hour. I personally am not a big fan of the Outer World mob grindy kind of shit, mostly because it's very flash in the pan. Today's method will get nerfed and there'll be a new method tomorrow, and trying to keep ahead of that is too much like hard work for me. I was very tempted to go the route of just like hyper taking advantage of like the daily bronze farm and making a big deal of it on YouTube. But I don't know, it's just not me. It's not my playstyle, so it doesn't come across as very genuine. I could have farmed views like a motherfucker in the first couple of weeks of this though, if I was trying. Hindsight and all.
I am Bane, son of Cain.
It kind of took me by surprise that I was so into running the raids every day. That kind of grabbed me, and I wouldn't have expected that to have grabbed me, so that took me a little bit by surprise. I do the twink thing too. I'm not sure if there's better unless you're raid farming. Yeah, I'm not convinced there's much better than. I mean, haha. If you want the absolute ultimate god tier maximum bronze per hour, you make one account, you make one trial account, and you get that twink OP as hell. Easy mode option is a priest. You then make 4 new accounts, and you slap a month of game time on each one, and you boost 4 accounts simultaneously with that one trial account, and you will probably end up after a 4-hour blast with 4 new level 70s and probably close to 300,000 bronze. That's probably the ultimate sweat mode bronze farm right now, which tallies up to about somewhere in the region of about 70 to 80,000 bronze an hour. That's probably the Sweat Lord way of making bronze right now. I can't imagine there's much better than that. I equally am not so convinced it's something that Blizzard is going to look too fondly on. You know for a fact there's people who are doing it. Not in terms of the fact that it's an exploit or you get banned or anything, just by proxy of the fact that Blizzard will look at it and go, whoa, no, we're going to nerf the shit out of this. What's this little area? I don't think I've ever seen this little area before. I'm intrigued to explore just to see what's here. Oh, it just comes down here. It's just a tunnel. Oh. I didn't realise that. Where's the turn in then? Seems like a lot of people are farming Ordon Sanctuary, the Timeless Isle, but that might be for Timeless Coins. Never any mobs up there when I go do Ordos. Yeah, the daily farm ones are just... like I said, it's just not me. It's just not my playstyle. Which is why I haven't capitalised on it more. I'd rather run around and do a little bit of everything. Find something significantly more fun. Because if you're having fun, it's very easy to ignore this number here. A remote Amazon tribe connects to Elon Musk's Starlink internet, becomes hooked on porn and social media. Doesn't need to be a remote Amazon tribe. That's that's relatable for like 50% of people in the world, right? that's the I think everybody has that. Not making this up. Yeah. Blizzard will probably remove the free 40k from leveling an alt just to curb stomp that. Well, they're in a bit of a they've kind of positioned themselves in a bit of a rock and a hard place situation because they gave people 40k bronze to counteract, you know, to shut people up about the frog thing. If they then start taking it away again, what's the greater good there? That's just a lose-lose. Drink the memory wine. Been suckered by that before. I'm expecting them to implement a time limit to the trial account, so maybe 24, 48 hours of game time per character to reduce infinite scaling, or make them not account linked. Maybe trial accounts only able to play with other trial accounts. Yeah, I don't know what the fix is, but I suspect they're going to do something. The issue with that is you can roll a priest in 10 minutes and be OP. This is the thing, right? The right combination, the right spec, the right class. Priest, you just turn it on and it's OP, right? Like, in the time it takes you to get to level 20 on a priest, you're just one-shotting the dungeon. It's fundamentally because of how scaling works. The only way, it's another one, they could Band-Aid fix it, and by Band-Aid fixing it probably cause another problem somewhere else. Or they could truly fix it by actually fixing the scaling so that level 20s are not god tier overpowered within. Are they OP without the cloak? Yeah, I mean, you can double, triple, quadruple the stats that the cloak gives you by default within a few hours. So, you know, even if you take the cloak off trial accounts, that's still not going to really do much. That oh no, now I have to farm threads for an extra hour before I'm OP. It doesn't fix the problem. And the other issue is if you start putting more restrictions on the trial accounts, then it nerfs the value proposition from Blizzard of having trial accounts be in the mode in the first place. What the goal here from Blizzard's perspective probably is making the trial accounts have a small introductory playstyle for free, and then they convert to full subscriptions. That's clearly the business side of things. It's a tough one to fix. I don't really know how they fix it. I suspect they will, though. Disabling the XP tokens in the mail probably does it. Even if you do that's just you can still grind heroic dungeons in about 4.5 hours without using mailbox tactics. So if you can, you could still have 4 accounts running, 1 Twink account, even without mailbox shenanigans. Those 4 accounts are going to level to level 70 super fast. Let's just say it's terrible. Let's say it takes 5 hours to do it. You've still got 4 level 70s after 5 hours. 4 level 70s after 5 hours with like 3,200 bronze or so. I don't know how they fix it, but I suspect they're working something out because it's broken OP. It's not overpowered for us as players. That's this is the critical thing of all of this. It's not overpowered for players. It's wonderful for players. It's wonderful for players because it means anybody who wants to can very quickly and easily have a full suite of level 70 characters to go into the next expansion. If you wanted to level up one of everything in Remix, you could do it pretty goddamn efficiently. And you've got ages to do it in as well. And from Blizzard's perspective, every person that power levels a level 70 is one less potential boot sale. Follow the money. Follow the money. You got to fly all the way back down. Yeah, we're flying all the way back down again. I mean, it's fair to say that most people probably don't really consider it a problem, which is why players themselves are not going to complain about it. But you know for a fact it's on Blizzard's radar, and they're questioning that, is this something that we can let continue to happen? At the time, nobody was really complaining about frogs. The only people complaining about frogs were people who didn't do frogs. This is the thing, right? It doesn't need to be the players that disagree with it. Rest in peace, my slimy green friends. Decide whether to continue farming stuff before I buy stuff, or buy stuff and then farm what's left. I always like going on those big spending sprees. I like to. I fall into the category of I like to farm and farm, get a nice big number, and then go on a spending spree. But it works. Some people work differently.
Come what may, we fight on.
Fight to the ruins again? Can I just fly there? It's fast if I just fly.
Where we going? Take off!
I mean, there's only really, in my opinion, there's only really one thing that they could do if they wanted to change this sort of like level 20 alt thing. They could make it so that trial accounts just don't get the cloak. If they make trial accounts not get the cloak, most of the problem goes away very quickly. Then it does sort of neutralize the, well, why the hell would you be doing it in the first place? It does nuke, you know, or I'll just quickly test this out concept quite heavily, but I don't know. I don't know what this. I'm at 400k bronze account wise. I'm not going to upgrade gear on alts until I get a discount so that I can could spend their bronze. Yeah, I really want to play that Warlock. I really want to get that Warlock up. I refuse to spend another 600k bronze on Warlock. Not until I've at least got all of the cosmetics and stuff first. Missing all these rares on this silly flight point. Should have flew there myself. Still think removing the trial account from the main account link and making them only play with other trials would fix it. Like a trial shard. Maybe. It's odd because most of the restrictions that trials have just don't apply to Remix, which is why it's not really a problem. You know, the fact that they can't, you know, trials have a limit on the amount of gold they can have. They can't use the auction house. Well, boo-hoo, there is no auction house. You know, quite a lot of the restrictions that they've put in place on trial accounts to begin with, just a non-issues in Remix, which is why everybody's like, oh, I'll just level a 20 twink real fast. You just make a troll twink real fast. Then I'll just clear heroic dungeons in 60 seconds and boost my main character. No, maybe they'll let it slide. Maybe it'll just be an absolute wild alt leveling fiesta for the next 70 days or whatever.
Go with honor.
I smell a trap. Do a trap. What if you don't stand on the traps? Blue is safe. Anything that's not blue, not safe.
The divine bell is already ours. Rangers, strike!
Yes, that was a good guess, wasn't it? I think it was Pirate Software that turned around at some point and said, World of Warcraft is way easier than most people. World of Warcraft is not difficult. You just don't stand in the shit. Just don't stand in the fire. You'll be fine.
My archer should have stopped you. Sentinel, now!
It is interesting how, especially from a retail perspective, a lot of the difficulty is player-created difficulty. Now, I'm not saying that Mythic Raiding is like easy mode, but it does feel like a lot of the difficulties that players have are because of other players. Look at the group situation, right? Even in Remix, people are like, "Oh, I can't get into groups." Well, why can't you get into groups? Well, because other players are not letting me in, right? So that's that instantly becomes like a player-driven difficulty curve.
You filthy horde. We'll never have it.
Oh my lord, we still got 3. Still got 3 to go. Why have I not been using the guide for this? We're going back down here again. We are. Do my first Siege of Orgrimmar heroic today. Good luck, good luck. Hardest part of Mythic's getting 20 people. I genuinely believe it probably is. If you can get 20 people online at the same time, in the same place, same, you know, standard of mindset, I mean, that's worth half a tier of content. Just doing that. Before you even step in, I reckon. My mindset is it would then make 20 more of a fun aspect if they get bored of their mains. Pretty much ruins the power leveling in the farm. This is what I think, you know, that's a good way to summarize what I believe is why Blizzard might look at this level 20 twink business as something that they don't want to be a thing. In terms of the fact that if you want to experience massive power, overpowered, you want to go out, you know, you want to feel strong, you want to feel super tanky, the fact that you can do it in about 10 minutes on a level 20 character does take some value away from players from doing it, quote unquote, properly, you know, leveling to 70, spending 40k a day on an upgrade of gear, continuing to do that for a week or two until you're fully geared. I'm not sure. I don't know. It could be all completely nothing because Blizzard might be like, we don't care. Their recent Their recent actions haven't exactly shown them to let overpowered things just fly. Open people's eyes to the evils of scaling. Scaling's been a problem for years. People who've known how to abuse scaling have been taking full advantage of it for years. Party sync is one of the biggest. If you figure out the weird and wacky stuff you can do with party sync, you can do some ludicrous things. I would go as far as to say most significant exploits in the game right now are actually because of party sync in some way, shape, or form. Arch Valdor says hi. I mean, he's made an entire living for himself out of abusing party sync. Yeah. By the way, the weather's absolutely fantastic outside, I mean, just in case you hadn't noticed. What's outside? There's an outside. Eyes. Don't believe you.
Keep your eyes peeled for the Alliance. Our orders stand, no matter the cost. Fear nothing. The Horde shall
I think I've done all of these. I think this Zygor guide is asking me to do stuff I've definitely already done. Turn this off. I think that's we've already done all of that. How are we with this? Asses. I do actually need to go touch grass, said. In terms of the fact that I should go get some IRL stuff done before this evening stream. Should hopefully get beta. Thunder Evil's portal. Teleport to the edge of done. Okay. Oh. Brings me back here. Dogs could definitely go for a pee, that's true. Oh, fuck these up. Can I loot these fellas? Hello? Dory Silk? Aim? Okay. Sure. Don't have any use for that right now, but sure. What about you? Fuck you up? Just level done assets, do you reckon? Who's gonna stop me? Already burnt my tree, fuck off. No. Let's burn. They've made the smart play of making none of this lootable by the looks of things. Where's the flight master? They, in fact, bankers usually have lots of health. Not line of sight. Eyes. Nobody's lootable. Undetected. I'm meant to be doing something here. Find the enclave, locate the Vine Bell. That's got to be around here somewhere, right? Surely? Found the right place. Where's the ding dong bell? In the thing. Phasing? Weird phasing. Oh no, he's just gone stealthed. Okay. I vaguely remember doing this back in the day, and if you didn't stay stealthed, they literally one-shot you. So it's kind of funny how you just stroll through it now.
Nothing shall stand in our way. May our foes flee before you. Hell screams.
Okay, well we still have more to do with this apparently. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for a little bit now. We are likely to see beta go live this evening. I've, from the word go today, put money on the fact that we won't see it until later on today. I suspect NA times will come into play for this. Quick check. No, definitely not here still. I'm going to go get me some food. I'm going to take the dogs for a walk and chill for an hour or two, and we'll do what we often do on a Wednesday, which is throw the stream back up this evening. There's a good... I reckon we probably won't get much beta stuff in today either way, due to the fact that I also suspect that even when the servers do go live, they might just crumble. It's going to be really interesting. Either nobody will turn up or everybody will turn up, and whichever way it is, we'll play it by ear. So yeah, thanks all for joining. I hope people got some bronze earlier in our little heroic sweep. We might do some alt stuff this evening, keep ourselves busy until beta launches. So yeah, shall we find somebody to send you to? Send you over to Dan. I need to vary our raiding a little bit more here, I think, don't we? Means I need to broaden my horizons. I do very poorly with keeping track of who's who in the World of Warcraft category. I'll send you all over to Dan. We'll give Mr. GM a bit of a raid. If you're on Team YouTube, of course, I cannot do any sort of raids. Thank you all for watching Team YouTube. Team Twitch, I'll send you over to Mr. GM. Say hi. In fact, I have no idea what he's doing. 100% completing Mr. Pandaria. Please don't tell me he's doing retail. Please tell me he's doing mixed business. Better be doing retail business. Doing? Be up to? Oh, he is doing some remix stuff. Ah, well, some of you go give Dan a carry in remix. He's taking he was on holiday last week, so he's playing catch up a little bit. I'm sure some of you guys can offer your massive power. Right, let's get the raid ready. Raid ready. Raid ready. Hey, 100 plus of you on the raid. Lovely stuff. Right, have a good one, boys and girls. I'll catch you in a few hours. Peace.